Hof- Hopefully, now I should be live broadcasting to my 0 viewers. That's fine by me. And the window is selected Scratchpad, which is the ideal. Hmm, that's fine. So, the book, the studies, the important if modern studies. Hmm, the first subjects are mainly beginner friendly. That's the curriculum, at least, starting with algebra. I've already know most of these things, but I want to start with the very basics because that's how I can build the foundation. Even so, it'll still be fun relearning some things or learning about new things. 500 long page book. My ideal life. And the curriculum says math is 2 hours long. Yay, my life. Yay, math 2 hours long. Okay, let me start reading. Addition, multiplication, inequalities, positivity, square roots, n roots. The first page goes over the importance of understanding the rules that you can use and apply into problems to solve them. It creates a valuable reflex system where you can intuitively fix and solve any problem you want. All you need to know are the rules and the methods. It's like having a broken machine and you're just given a toolbox of tools you can use to open it. That's how problem solving works in mathematics. The first chapter is called Numbers. Yay. Let's start here. Bit distance. Who doesn't love numbers? We all love numbers. Numbers is a founding building block. Yo, Lemon, what's up? Glad to see you. It seems like we got like 40 subscribers in the past day. Hopefully, we'll gain more today too. I wonder how long you're gonna watch this math live stream for the first 2 hours. There's like 6 periods, maybe 8, I forgot. Alright, so the first chapter goes over the basic foundation, natural numbers, which are just starting at 0, which is the origin, and going up positively whole numbers. That's natural numbers at least. Yeah, bro, here's we're hoping at least. Let's try to get more. That way more people are educated. Okay. Integers. Now what are integers? Yes, I know about the Rival Summer update. I saw like one free skin case. Then I realized one free skin case is not worth my time. Last time I did all that grinding, I got a skin case for smoke. Smoke bomb. What am I gonna do with that? The positive integers, negative integers, and zero are all together called integers. Which are essentially abstract quantities. That's true. Zero plus a equals to a plus zero equals to a for any integer a. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. One skin case for 3 hours of hard slave labor and 50,000 cheaters is not worth it. I see. The book wants us to visualize mathematics, at least for numbers, as a grid. Y grid. Addition and subtraction. Bro, Rival's cheating situation cannot get better. We've been telling ourselves that for the past year. Nothing has changed. Only the cheaters got better cheats. Now Katana doesn't work against them. What is this formula? Rather than the words negative a, which have been currently recently used, we can just use minus a. This is not true unless a itself is positive. And also calls minus a the additive inverse of a. What is additive inverse? Oh, I see. So if we were to have the riot shield got nerfed, now you can't infinitely block. You're pretty much screwed. There's nothing to do. Quit the game. Where was I? How did I lose my mark? A plus. Additive inverse of a number is its opposite, which means when added to the original number results in 0. As the book have said earlier, rules are very important. So now he's gonna teach me more rules. Do you know about this player called Swift? Yeah, I heard about him. Saw a few videos of him playing good. I'm like, he can be a cheater, he can be a legit player. Why would that matter to me? But I've seen many people trying to expose him. Mainly like cheaters were trying to expose him. I was like, bro, isn't that friendly fire? You're a cheater trying to expose a cheater. That's some horrific friendly fire. Rivals communities, hella jokes. People be publicly selling cheats, and the developers are like, we allow it. Only give us 50-50. Trust. Mm, that shit was hilarious. What is commutative? Commutative. If a and b are integers, then a plus b equals to b plus a. Integers follow very simple for addition. Mm, bro, I hate that guy. You mean you hate Swift? I don't know, he's just a kid, I think so. Probably younger than me. It's probably just like some 16 to 17-year-old kid be playing Rivals 24 hours. Then in the future realizing he has no job, so he has to monetize from his YouTube channel. It's kind of sad. I was in that place one day, so I know the pain. Mm. Associative means a plus b plus c equals to a plus b plus c. Oh, addition rules are kinda sick, I can't lie. Associative commutative. I've heard of these rules a lot. Not the first time. The rules of addition mentioned above will not be proved, but we shall prove other rules from them. To begin with the note, a plus b equals to b 0, then b equals to minus a, and a equals to minus. What? How? Seems like we have our first math problem. Seems like we have our first math problem. Now this one is sick. I'll highlight yellow as problems. After this problem, let me add some jokes so I remember this problem better. Alright. Now how do I solve this? Claim a plus b equals to 0, then b minus. Eh? Eh? It should be equal here. B equals to minus a and a equals to minus b. But why minus a and minus b? What is the book claiming that I don't understand? To prove this, we have to do something to the equation. A plus b equals to 0 is the equation. Uh, what? Huh? What? This is my honest reaction seeing mathematics. Alright, let me just try it myself. So we have a plus b equals to 0. We're adding minus a to all sides. That gives us minus a plus a plus b equals to 0 minus a. This is how it should go, I think so. Then if that's the case, what am I looking at? You're looking at math, man. Math is profoundly genius. We all love math. If this is the case, then a and a are pretty much dead, and we get 0 is just unknown value. Nobody cares about 0. We get b equals to minus a. This looks like magic, bro. What is this mathematics? We get b equals to minus a simply. Similarly, if we just add minus b to the same side, we still get the same thing. So a equals to minus b. Yeah, bro. Math for the first 2 hours. I can't wait to study communication and rhetoric, biology, psychology. Oh, I can't wait for chemistry at 12 p.m. or physics later. All other subjects, lovely, amazing, nice, intelligent, generous, gentleman, empathic, rich. The first subject is mathematics, 2 hours long. Yay! Yay! Okay, but hmm convention we shall write as desired. Similarly, we find a equals to minus b. We could also conclude that minus b equals to minus by minus a equals to a slash a. Huh? What? Okay, it's some magical language, but let me try to write it. Some magic. So we know these two are pretty much the same. And from earlier, we know additive addition of inverse of a numbers is its opposite. So we can write this language of mathematics. I have no idea what's happening. Let's just write it. So we have minus b equals to... Why am I drawing, bro? I'm not an artist. Okay, minus b equals to minus a by plus... Wait, no, not plus. Is it plus? Wait, no. Minus a again. Which is literally the same as a, because minus and minus become plus. Like, who doesn't know this? So at the end, it is still a, which is what we got from here, like right here and here. So this is like, we're just going a step down. And we know plus and minus is minus as such. Plus and minus is minus. A plus minus b. We don't need to write this. We can just write a minus b. Now, what do I do with a minus b? I'm in the same shell as you. Mm-hmm. Um, Weekend. A plus minus B by B plus C. What about the rules of addition? We can move around brackets. Yeah, I remember. If brackets can be switched around. If brackets can be switched around, can't I just move this to A plus minus B? No, we don't need another bracket. Plus C. And can't I just write this as using commutative? Can't I just write this as C minus B? And using associativity, I can write by minus B. Because this is the same thing. The same thing. Well, this proves this, I guess. Using associativity and commutative, we can switch around the values and hit a milestone we don't want to hit. Okay. Why is there a square there? I want you right here, bruh. Not that far. Bruh. This is good enough. What is the next rule? This a equals to minus by bracket minus a. For any integers a and b, minus a plus minus, we can write minus a plus minus b, I think so. Minus b, because this is this ironically the same value. This is n3 and 4. Not, we do not need to write new 4, bro. 30 minutes of my life wasted learning whole numbers. Associative, commutative. Let me open Pinterest. I need something visual. Pinterest, you're betraying me by not loading fast enough. You betrayed me, bro. I'm going back to math now. I got bored in 1 minute. Alright, proof. Remember that x and y are integers. Then x equals to minus y and y equals to minus x. That means x plus y equals to 0. Thus, prove our assertion. We show that a plus b plus a minus b minus a equals to 0. Yeah, we can group the values together in minuses so we get 0 from both sides, which proves the formula is that identical values. If a and b are positive integers, then a plus b is also positive integer. That's common sense. If a and b are negative numbers, then a plus b is also negative, which is also true. Hmm. What? What is this proof? What type of proof is this? Oh. Imagine is minus n plus minus m, which can also be written as oh yeah, I understand. Bro, what? Oh, did my beloved Pinterest open? Yes. Why are there so many pictures of girls? I don't know. I need something aesthetic, something imaginary, something beyond this stupid mathematics. My god, pictures of girls are not helping. What is this pictures of men now? I don't need that either. Your CSS to my HTML. I don't need coding jokes right now. Coding jokes are not helping. Oh yes, picture of black hole will give me truly inspired. This is what my life will be like if I learned math. My life if I knew these rules since birth. All right. If if my life if I knew math, my life. Okay, next thing. Hmm. If we have a relationship between three people, what? I mean, three numbers? What? Three people? If we have a relationship between three numbers, a plus b equals to c, then we can derive other relationships between them. What? Oh, and for numbers. For instance, minus b to both sides of the equation, we get a plus b equals to minus b equals to c minus b, whereas a plus 0 equals to c minus b, or in other words, a equals to c minus b. Similarly, we conclude a b equals to c minus a. For instance, oh. It's basically like changing sides. Mm, mm, looks beautiful enough. N5. Trust. Relationship of numbers. Not people. Not people. Three of them. We have a. What is the relationship again? I forgot. Oh, yeah. A plus B equals to C. Now we have this amazing relationship. We switcheroo. Okay. We can have A equals to C minus B. We can have B equals to C minus A. We can have A plus B minus C equals to 0. Yeah, we can have many relationships by switching them. Hey, what's up? Hoping for hoping for March. Yo, what's up? Is this killing you mentally? Somewhat. But hey, we all gotta die someday. So I'm gonna die early. We all gotta die someday. I gotta die early. 42 minutes of mathematics. I love math. What the hell is this? I'm gonna cry. What is this? Justify each step using a commutative or an associative in proving the following identities. What? What did I do in my life to deserve this? Torture. What is this torture? Exercises. What type of torture is this? I trusted so much. Now I got betrayed by this. What the hell is this? I need to find my honest reaction. I'm doing fine. Hopefully you're doing fine too for March. Let me find my honest reaction. Pinterest, help me. Give me a joke. Pinterest, I don't need anime girls or anime men. Pinterest, you're not helping. Bro, I wanted my honest reaction. What are these reactions? Hmm. this is how I felt. This is how I felt studying maths in the start. How I thought I'd feel. How I thought I would feel. Let me find myself in reality. Okay, this is me in reality. This is me in reality. Me in reality. After seeing these 21 exercises, 23 exercises. Okay, bro. 23 exercises is all I'm gonna do. Justify each of the steps using commutative and associative in proving the following identities. What are these? Oh yeah, commutative means we can switch around the values if it's all addition, and associative means we can move around the brackets with if it doesn't change the arithmetic itself. Do you still have the channel where you posted music? Yes, I still have the music. I might just have to listen to my own music to ensure I don't die. After reading 23 exercises, after it teaches me absolutely two formulas and like five proof examples, this was my reaction. All right, starting with one. A plus B plus C plus A plus D plus B plus C. I'll just take left hand side and prove it to the right hand side. That will be good enough. So how I need to prove A plus B plus C plus D equals to. This should be simple, right? If I'm using associative, can't I just remove the bracket or move around the brackets? Proving the following identities. I already hate my life. I'm gonna be so wrong. Bro, the book didn't teach me what if both of the values are in brackets. It just taught me normally. Okay, how about this? It wants you to make it A plus D. I need to bring D magically here and B magically there. Bro, I'm just thinking of this. I just removed the brackets completely. What are they gonna do about it? If I just remove the brackets completely, it's all addition anyways. Or I can't remove the brackets completely. Okay, AI, help me. AI, I need your help. I think I watched you in the start of this year or a few months ago. Throwback when you asked someone to be your Valentine through a community post. Oh, yeah. You remember that? That's kind of insane. Yeah, that was a long time ago. February was long ago. Use associative property to drop the middle boundaries. Oh, whoa. Whoa, magic. Wow, magic. It's like magic. My formula is complete dog shit. Mm. So we do A plus B plus C plus D by bracket and bracket again. Now what does this magically do? It magically removes the first brackets. But still it's this is not associative, or is it? No, it's commutative. Yeah, it's associative because the values are pretty much the same still. A plus B plus C y plus D. Now it's still the same, we just moved it. Now I can move it further. We can do D plus B plus, which is still the same value, but we use commutative, didn't we? Who am I asking? Who's gonna help me in my life? Step 2 is associative, step 3. This is commutative. Now it's the same actually. Hopefully I followed the rules. Integers can be switched around. Brackets can be switched around. Yeah, we switched around the brackets at the end. No, or did I? No, wait, associative means brackets switch around. Wait, no, I didn't switch around the bracket. I switched around the brackets. Yay, we first solved our first exercise. Life-changing. Hmm. Let me get a 5 minutes break real quick. I'm dying. How do I write? Wait. Alright, I'm back. Oof. Life sure hits good after a much needed break. Next math question. Math. I love math. Now, what is the meaning of this? It's the same thing, but values are interexchanged more. I need to make a plus d, which I did last time. Or I copied the wrong thing. Yes, I copied the wrong thing. Well, the catch is still the same. I have to move these values. I have to move brackets and then move the values. As such, the values remain the same, but the brackets individualize them. What if I use the last tactic I used? Dividing the middle. Will that work here? I need C. Dividing the middle does sound like a optimal strategy, so I'll use that. Hmm. This is very life-changing, I swear. I think I'll just go with the same strategy as last time. Sounds the most optimal. What is associative? What is associative? Uh, but now, what can I do? This can I do? Yes, this. I know this. Yay, I did it. Or did I? Or did I? Did it? Did I? I just moved the values, then It's still the same. Did I skip a step? Or is it done? Am I a genius or am I stupid? I don't understand. It feels incomplete. Because this is me changing by brackets. I'm not moving the value. What is this? A. What is this? This is so wrong. What is the plus? Oh, yeah. I can't just magically move them. I have to. This looks righter. Because as we know, commutative means moving the values in addition. And I didn't move the values. Here I just jumped the values. I have to move the value first towards A, not just flip B towards D. And for every other rule, I use association, which is just moving the brackets. There were 2 brackets I started out with and ended out with 2 brackets. So at the end, it yields the same results. What is the street lion? Bro, we need lion. I agree with you. After I solve the next 3 identities, I need to add lion as my reaction. But this is how I feel right now. Street lion is in coding. Coding will come later. Right now, it's math class. Mm. The lion doesn't stand around for the fools to joke about it. Ah, status. Now, what is this language? What is this? What is this? From one hell to another hell. And why is my monitor refreshing in 2 minutes? That's even worse. Mm. These are all just subtraction. How can I apply the rules? Those are for addition. Oh yeah, this rule. Wait, no, not that rule. N4, a equals to minus a, which is still the same. We just add an additional minus so we can add a plus. Is this still the same value? Just we find a plus. So using that bullshit logic. We can write a plus minus b, because a is actually a positive number, b is the negative one, plus c plus minus d. Yeah, that sounds good. Rewriting subtraction as addition. Habit of writing comments in coding is coming in clutch. Wait, my monitor is dying. Wait, my monitor died. I can't do anything right now. Bruh. My kindly two lovely viewers, you can come back after like 7 minutes. I can't do anything. My monitor is just refreshing. It's a daily thing. Oh, okay, that wasn't 7 minutes, but it was better than quicker. Now I'm finally back to my locked in studying. How much time was that? Like 5 minutes, yeah. Hmm. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, this bullshit. Now how will I deal with this? Like the feeling for solving for cancer. Okay. Now, as I can see, this is complete nonsense. But even nonsense has meaning. Some nonsense has more meaning than other nonsense. So I have to create some sort of nonsense that has no nonsense. Okay, this A has an extra bracket that I can use somewhere else. Let me use that. Minus B. Oh yeah, I have an idea. This gives me an extra bracket, and this gives minus D 3 brackets. Why does minus D need 3 brackets? I don't know. But it feels the most real. Now, why does minus 3 need 3 brackets? That's the greatest question. Yes, I understand it now. So we can steal. We steal. We rob. We run. We steal C like this. I always knew I was a master strategist. Oh, 1 bracket is gone. We steal C. Ha! They didn't know I was professional thief. Okay, now what do I do? Now with the stolen C, I move the C. They don't know my strategies. They just don't. Think that is the bracket count right? I feel like it's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think I'm missing 1 bracket. They call me master strategist. Now I bring A here. Now there's like in the start there were like 2 brackets. It's still 2 brackets. Inside more brackets, of course. Is this right? Probably. No, still not right yet. Not commutative. I am 13. What the hell is this? Wait, after I solve this question, I'll explain it to you. Alright? Just give me a minute. I just need to understand myself. How can I teach someone when I don't understand myself? Wait, I think I made a mistake. Yeah, I definitely made a mistake. There were 2 brackets here. Next line, I just moved it entirely. Yeah, this looks much cleaner because there's only one bracket I need to associate. All right, now I'm gonna explain it. What am I gonna explain? This is me while doing the math. Okay, so this is just some exercises for using this rules of commutative and associative. What are these unknown words? That is a great question. Let's look. These are rules for addition. You know, plus one mango plus one cherry equals to 0 because one of them was eaten by a cockroach, another was eaten by an ant. But if we don't add bullshit, 1 plus 1 is 2. That's the rule, right? It doesn't matter which one we use, the first one or the second one. No matters what, look, no matters 1 plus 2 is 3. It doesn't matter if you do it the other way around, it's still 3. So using this rule, there is the thing called commutative. It doesn't matter which order. And then there is brackets. So we do 1 plus 2 equals to 3, right? We do this bracket. And if we do this bracket, 1 plus individual 2 equals to 3, it still doesn't matter because it's still the brackets. The value will still be the same because they are both integers. So that's just brackets, and this is just the values. We can switch around, and this is brackets we can switch around. So if by applying that in this third question, we had to make a minus b. Just imagine these are like ones. 1 minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 equals to, we need to change these values to here. We need to move them. How do we move them? Using commutative and associative. Because we know in addition, we can move them, but these are not addition, these are minus. In minus, we can't move them. So I wrote some bullshit. Basically, this A is positive, this B is negative. So we can write a positive by adding brackets in front of the B. Yeah, sounds simple enough. We did the same for D, which had one positive and one negative. So we rewrite the subtraction as addition, so we can get a plus emoji to use these rules. And now with these rules, the next step was, our goal is to move this C to where B is and this B to where D is. So we moved around the brackets for like 2 turns. Firstly, I removed this bracket on A so I can use this bracket with D. So these 3 are now an equation. Before it was these 4. So now with these 3, all I need to do is move the C by changing the brackets. Before it was in a relationship with D, then it cheated and went in a relationship with B, then it cheated again and went away from B. Commutative means moving the value, so we move C to this location. And afterwards, I used this bracket here and moved it to where B is. Look, it had 2 brackets, right? I moved it here, 1 bracket where B is. So these 2 are now in a separate special relationship, while these 2 are closer. So I used brackets again. So these 2 went in together, and these 2 just were like, okay, I'm minus, you're minus. Minus minus equals to plus. A plus C by B minus B by minus D. That's it. And using these 2 basic laws that you learn at like class 1, grade 1, we can solve a simplified this third math. Like, this is my reaction, bro. There's like 20 of them left. How will I run them? 20 of them left. This is worse than hell. I don't even wish this upon my enemies. I don't even wish this on my enemies. Why am I wishing this on myself? If one of you has a question, let me know. I'm acting like I'm some sort of teacher while I don't know math myself. C minus D. Y equal. We don't have equal. We have plus. A plus C by minus B. And I think I wrote the question right. Now this is a big problem. This is a horrible problem. Why is this such a horrible problem? Because I need to think more. Okay, so firstly, we need to take the left hand side and make it into the right hand side. Yes, I need the plus C with the plus A. Bro, B and D are both minus. Why are they plus now? Suddenly, what? B and D are both minus. Bruh. Wait, I just realized it's the same as C. Only difference is these two are not in minus now. As such, yes, I'll just rewrite subtraction as addition first. Hmm. Hmm. Let's remove these two brackets if it still works. Now we have A minus B by plus C plus minus D. Which, if I'm not drunk or stupid or autistic, we can use community to just move them. Woo, woo, woo. Yahoo! I swear, a dragonfly almost entered my window. My honest reaction would be a scream. Let me find some images from Pinterest after this situation. What's subtraction? Subtraction. Now, can't I use associative to re-add the vowels? Probably just re-added the vowels. Okay, now both are in minus and there's a plus. So, can't I just do this from the earlier laws? Which law am I talking about? I'll show in a second. Yeah, then I just remove this bracket. Plus and minus equals to minus. Which law did I do? What is this again? Oh yeah. This is the switcheroo. Switcheroo. We can switch the numbers to identify more relationships. A equals to C minus B. Wait, no, we're not doing equals. We're doing the same. This rule will not be applicable. So what rule were we doing? Oh yeah, N4. Minus and minus equals to positive values. As such, it's the same. As such, for any integers a and b, minus a plus b equals to minus a plus minus b is the same. Because two positive numbers in addition yield positive numbers. Two negative numbers yield negative numbers. So even if these two are written as positive, they are both negative because there's a negative in front of them. As such, we didn't change anything. We just switched around. Now I check chat and I see message retracted. Gunslinger, bro, you're 13 watching me do 13-year-old maths. In 30 minutes, math class is gonna end. After math class is a break and then physics. Physics for 2 hours? What did I do in my life? Physics for 2 hours? Nah, man, I need one more meme. Pinterest, help me. Pinterest, give me a joke. Computer science is not a joke. Do it alone. I don't need Sigma edits right now. Ego. I don't need ego right now. That is not gonna help me. Bro, why are there so many Sigma edits? I don't need that right now. Ooh, what is this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. This will be in the me in the future if this math questions don't stop coming. Do you guys see this professional mosquito collection? Bro is serial killer. He slaps mosquitoes, then tapes them to his paper. 60, 51, 52, 53, 59, 54. Whoa, he's a true danger. And the next danger is me doing my next math question. Now, what is fifth number? 13 more to go. What did I do in my life to deserve this? Mm. B plus D. I need to move the D, which is a plus, no, which is a minus, to the left, while the B plus D, C minus B. What? What? What is A? A is missing. Yes, my bad, original gangster. I wrote wrong. Yes, now it's right. No, my data. No. Okay, it's back. Mm. Now, how do I do this? How do I start with this? So obvious. C minus B. C and B. One of them is plus, one of them is minus. How will I make both minus? A plus D. One of them is minus, one of them is plus. With this, I've already done in the last part. We use associative to separate them. I guess I'll start as always as rewriting subtraction as addition because that is all I know how to do. This is all I know in my life. I guess I should start by simply moving them. A remains where it is, but D and B are like, no, we don't remain where we are, we move. As such, I can remove the A's bracket and just move minus B. This equal amounts of brackets still, right? No? Why? Yeah, now it's equal. No, it's not. Or yes, it is. No, it's not. Mhm. Mm, Actually, even if we both remove just these brackets, it won't make a difference. Because we already did that earlier and we just move the values independently. If we just do that, then can't I just move the values where I need them? Mm, That should. No, 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 no. It can't just teleport there. It did teleport there. Or did it teleport there? It didn't teleport there. Why do I care if it teleports there? Now I'm spelling commutative wrong. What happened? It's not commutative, it's commutative. It's still spelt wrong. What hell did I do in my life? Commutative, yes. Now what do I do? Uh, when it's C minus B, it's minus B plus C right now, so mm, uh, now I'm gonna use this jujutsu techniques that I haven't used since the hyena era called spawning a bracket. The jujutsu technique I haven't used since the hyena era. We need Sukuna after this. What is this? Okay, A minus B. No, we need minus A plus D. Okay, we have plus and minus. So we can just take common A plus D, right? And then we have C minus B. It's the same thing, but why is one there minus, one there plus? This will be you after the fourth problem. I agree with you, bro. I will be dead. Mm. Oh, I'm kind of stupid. There's no minus. That's why I had it wrong. It can't be minus. Why did I write it again wrong? Say minus D by C minus B. Yeah, AI was right. I'm kind of stupid. Because plus and minus equals to minus. Plus and minus equals to minus again. So I wasn't wrong, guys. The question was wrong. The question was wrong. Trust me. This is my honest reaction after seeing that. That's just not my problem. These are not my problem. Like this sixth question is not my problem. But what do I have to solve? Problem, that is problem. That is not my problem. But it is my problem. More math. Define aura. Yes, bro, this is aura. This is not aura. It's math. And my blind ass should actually read the questions properly now. Let me check if it's right. Yes, it is completely right. Now I can finally solve without mistakes. Oh. Hmm. We need to make minus b plus d. We need to bring b and d completely here. And c plus b. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. I want to read a book. not solve math for 3 hours straight. Okay, the idea is we put both minuses together and then we just flip them at the end. Sounds cool enough, right? Yeah, I agree. So at first, as always, we rewrite. As always, our favorite step. We rewrite subtraction as addition. Then, as of course, we remove the two brackets because I feel like it. Now, we don't have two brackets. So, what do we have? No brackets. Now, we use magic, known as magic. See by. This magic is called commutative. We move C and minus B. We just moved it. Now, by moving it, what magic does it give us? It gives us A plus C. I just add a bracket because I feel like it. And it gives us this. Now, if I'm not autistic, which sometimes I am, what if we just flip? See, how do I spell associative? We can just flip it, which gives us, because the bracket would here would be useless. Mm, looks identical enough. Giving us the answer for number 6, which was much easier. Rewriting versions of the same equation 18 times is the best math. I completely agree with you. It's so fun math. It's just math, bro. That is just not my problem, but it is my problem. How about we just move this to the right? Yeah, let's go. Then we add an arrow. Let's go. Arrow, where are you? Let's go. Then we do the math from 7 here so I can see better. Whew. What? What? I have never done this. So we have both minuses as always. Then we have minus b plus d, which I can do. Minus a plus minus c? What? I've never done this. Well, I know one thing for certainty, and that is my skill of adding subtraction to division, not division. Mm. This is the only thing I know in my life. Mm. Now I know this is the only thing I know in my life. But we need B plus D, so let's go step by step. It's the same thing as last time. If it's the same thing as last time, we can just move them. Now that doesn't give me negatives, so. Hmm. I should care about that later. Because this part is done. But now we have A plus C, which is big problem. How do we have A plus C? Is there some other rule I don't know of? Minus and minus equals to positive. As such, it's the same. Minus A plus B equals to minus A plus minus B. But it's just plus right now. Can I even apply that logic here? Let's say I can. Wait, yeah, I can? Ah. Because minus and minus equals to plus, it's still plus. That minus times minus equals to plus. So it should be plus still. But now minus and plus equals to minus. So It becomes a minus c. That's the answer. What? What? Right now, because these are in multiplication. Oh yeah, wait, this is multiplication. Because this made this plus into a minus, we are now multiplying this. Let me ask AI if this is right. Wait. ChatGPT, help me. You are 100% right? Really? Yeah, I got it right. Let's go. We did it. Let's go. We did it. Yes, we. Guys, we did it. Let's go. We did it. Yo, we did it. Let's go. I don't know who is we, but we did it. We did it. I've never felt so proud. We did it together. Yes, we. Oh, life. Me? Wait, who is this? Me? Let me make this smaller. Hmm. Where's the other me? Meme. Yes. Me? Yes, you. We did it together. You. Yes, we. We did it. And that ends the time for math. All right, math class is over. Next is physics class. Physics class. Physics, like I'm good at physics. Let me make a new folder. Physics. Ooh, physics. We love physics, right? All right. Miho in physics. Trust, trust, trust. Oh, I'm cooked. Uh-oh. No, bro, we're good. Physics is much easier, 100 times easier than maths. It's going to be such a fun experience calculating why a bird is weighted at 3000 mass and it's flying at the speed of a jet. We'll understand that problem together, but right now I need a much needed break. Like, I need a much needed break. So I'll be back in like 10 minutes after I stretch a bit. Wait, wait, let me write something cool. Yo, I'll be doing 50 push-ups. See ya in a bit. All right. Whew. I'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, I'm back. Life changingly, back. And I have a very big physics book now. It's called the 12th edition of Conceptual Physics. By who is it by? Who's the author? Hewitt. Who's Hewitt? Author, I need to know your identity. Paul G. Hewitt. All right, I'm back. Why do I hear myself? All right, I should not hear myself anymore. That's his name. That's the game. Why it wants to teach me about science first in a physics book. What? Why does it want to teach me about science? Scientific measurements. Okay, chapter 1 is about just learning about science. Even if it's a physics book, it's like you must learn about science first. Poster. And I'm like, okay, bro, I'll learn about science. Teach me your ways, your magic. Now, what about measurements? What can I learn about measurements? When we can measure something and express it in numbers, you know something about it. When you cannot measure it, your knowledge is of a meager and unsatisfactory kind. The Eratosthenes measured the size of Earth. The Egyptians measured it in 235 BC. At this time, the sun is the highest on 21 July at noon. At this time, a vertical stick casts its shortest shadow. If the sun is directly overhead, a vertical stick casts no shadow at all. Science is the body of knowledge that describes the order within nature and cause of that order. Science is also ongoing human activity that represents the collective efforts of finding wisdom of human race. I see. Hence is the collective measure mark. The first hallmark of science is measurement. Eratosthenes found the size of the Earth from the sun's rays. How? Now, what is this measurement? How did he do it? Let's try to understand it together. Okay, this is kind of complicated, so I'll try to explain it in my best of the ability. Even if it's speaking in some unknown language that I have no idea of comprehending. To say it in my words, the overhead. It shines directly overhead on Earth. As such, in some other areas, it doesn't, only casting longer, pale shadows. So now we have a direct proportion and a direct shadow. One-eighth of the Earth's circumference. And now they knew the Earth was a circle, and the degree was 7.1 degrees. Is if you divide it by 360 is 1 divided by 50 of a circle, 1 out of 50. No, what's the point if it's 1 out of 50? We don't know the circumference still. This Earth's circumference becomes 50 times the distance of the two cities. Oh, so Savina and Alexandria were two cities. So let's say this is city A. They have imagine this is the Eiffel Tower. Trust me, bro. And this is city B. The sun shines. Let me move this down a bit. This is the sun. Imagine thousands of kilometers away. Let's make it yellow for dramatic effect. Now it's shining its light. As such, the rays are causing shadows. These two shadows are pointing to a specific degrees, while in the middle, we're aiming for the middle circumference. So these two lines intersect at one point. The most wonky ass lines I could have made. So these two lines intersect at one point. As such, the intersection point between Alexandria and Cyane was 7.1 degrees, or 50 times of a circle. So now if we imagine distance is equals to 800,000 kilometers. The distance between the two cities is 800,000 kilometers. Now if I just make this all a bit smaller. If the distance is 800,000 kilometers, we just need to do 800 times 50. Let me open a calculator. Even if I don't need a calculator. Equals to 40,000 kilometers approximately. Make sun hurt eyes for dramatic effect. Yes, we need lens blur. That will make everything much more dramatic. um what is the Earth's circumference in? The Earth's true circumference is approximately 40,725 kilometers. So this guy from Alexandria calculated the Earth's circumference using math and physics by using the sun as a direct measurement, using two cities and their distance to calculate the shadow angles, and finding at the point where they meet. So they use the hypotenuse to calculate the circumference, and using the circumference, they calculated by multiplying the distance between 2 points. So if imagine a city at North Pole, and a city at South Pole, this would be half between the 2 points. So the circumference angle would be like 180 degrees. As such, it would be multiplied by 2. And that would give the exact same point. So now I understand. So just as the pillar is 8 times taller than its shadow, the radius of the Earth must be 8 times greater than the distance between Alexandria and Syene. Since the circumference of a circle is 2 pi times its radius, Earth's radius is simply its circumference divided by 2 pi. In modern units, Earth's radius is 6,300 kilometers. Its circumference is 40,000 kilometers. Whew. The radius is 3,700 kilometers. Now, the size of the moon. How did they calculate the size of the moon? Of course, using physics and math, because physics and math is just so extraordinary. Aristarchus was likely the first to suggest that Earth spins on its axis once a day, which is accounted for the daily motion of the stars. He hypothesized Earth moves around the Sun in a yearly orbit. He calculated it in 240 BC, 17 centuries before his findings were accepted. So, this guy found out about the moon's diameter and size based on a solar eclipse. Let me try to explain this. Bro, who would explain this to me? I need someone to explain this to me. Let's set a box because box is box. Now we have this monstrosity. A lot of history for a physics lesson. I agree with you completely. Why is there so much history? During a lunar eclipse, what is a lunar eclipse? Lunar is not a solar eclipse. What does taper mean? Diminish or reduce in thickness towards the end. It's basically solar eclipse. Lunar eclipse is the same thing. This is so complicated. I need to understand it further. So he watched an eclipse from the moon. This guy might be genius. He found diameter from shadow. Yeah, solar eclipse is moon blocking the sun. It's like Earth blocking the moon from the sun. Earth blocking the moon? How can Earth block the moon? Wait, I think you might be right. Oh yeah, you're 100% right. My bad. I understand. You're 100% right. Then that makes a difference. Found the width of Earth's shadow cut at the moon was 2.5 moon diameters. That would seem to indicate the moon's diameter is 2.5 times smaller than the Earth's. Hmm. According to this, they used the lunar method to calculate the Earth's shadow is 2.5 times wider than the moon during a lunar eclipse. The moon's shadow tapers one moon diameter when the moon is in front during a solar eclipse. Light rays from the upper edge of the sun, light rays from the lower edge of the sun still appear in the orbit. Hmm. In 16th century, Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus caused a great controversy when he published the book proposing that the sun is stationary and that Earth revolves around the sun. A church banned it for 200 years because they do not want to believe we are the center of the universe. Galileo was arrested for popularizing the Copernican theory. After 1 century, they were all accepted. Every age has its group of intellectual rebels. So he figured out how to do that and this. Let me think about the moon one, then we'll go about the distance of the Earth and moon and sun afterwards. Because the sun is an incredibly large but distant light source, the shadow cast by the Earth and the moon are not perfectly straight cylinders. They are cones that taper narrow. Oh, I understand now. Because the Earth is much larger, it fits perfectly in the middle of the Earth, blocking all light source. But the moon is so small, even if the moon blocks just a portion of the light rays from the upper edge and the lower edge still reach Earth. So some parts are still highlighted. So this was just a pure deduction by that errors scientist, astronomer. If the Earth's shadow shrank by one moon diameter time it reached the moon, the Earth itself must be one diameter larger. Mm. The sun is so far away that the light rays are almost parallel, making his elegant shadow tapering trick work. Because of the parallel lines intersecting at one point, he was allowed to calculate. Distance between the moon. Bro, what are these examples? I need AI. Gemini, generate me an image. Let's go, Gemini. Bruh, Gemini just stopped. A lot of history, I agree. So he calculated the distance between the Earth and the moon using a coin. How exactly a coin? Just like this. This is a reference image by AI, of course. The best learning buddy. Close one of your eyes. As such, this picture should block the full moon. This occurs when your eye is about 110 coin diameters away from the coin. According to the book, if we take a small coin by the window and view it just so it blocks out the full moon, then the ratio, tape a small coin such as a dim to a window and view it with one eye so that it just blocks out the full moon. This occurs when your eye is about 110 coin diameters away from the coin. Then the ratio coin diameter divided by coin distance is about 1 by 10. So we measured the moon's distance using a coin by perfectly circulating it by closing one eye. Imagine this is your eye. That does not look like your eye, but this is your eye, and you wore a eye patch. So your eyes got blocked and you just saw this. You saw this magnificent sight and realize, oh my god, the coins, the distance for you to see it fully blocked is 110 coins. So our genius here calculated the distance using a actual coin, and the diameter coin wise was 110. So the factors here are the diameter of the coin and the distance between you and the coin, and the distance between the coin and the moon. Then there's the distance between you and the moon. It's more confusing than learning. If you were to repeat the same coin and moon exercise for the sun, which would be dangerous to do because of the sun's brightness, guess what? The ratio of the sun's diameter and distance is also 1 by 110. This is because the size of the sun and moon are both the same to the eye. Aristocratus watched for the phases of the moon where it was exactly half full with the sun still visible in the sky. Then the distance would be falling at a right angle. This meant that the lines between the earth and the moon, between the earth and the sun, the distance of the moon and the sun from a right triangle. Oh, then we just have to calculate the hypotenuse. Oh, that's simple. In a right triangle, even even a fifth grader can do this now that it turned into a triangle. we knew the Earth's distance between the moon. So we knew about the base. We know the length. And we just need to measure angle x and calculate the Earth and Sun distance. We know angle x was 90 degrees. Wait, no, we need to the angle with the moon and the sun was 90 degrees. We need to calculate the angle between us, the Earthians, with the sun. The sun was 20 times percent further away from the moon, when in fact it is about 400 times as distance. Today we know the sun is an average of 150, a lot of numbers. Can't believe bro found out about the distance between the sun by using moon as base triangle. My this is Let me find my honest reaction after learning about this guy. The hell is this? Proton, electron, neutron. This is honestly my honest reaction after reading this. My honest reaction. His methods were ingenious. It's just teaching us the brilliance of physics. We can skip the size of the sun. So the next part is science and human condition, advanced dramatically after integration of science and mathematics, some 4 centuries ago. Mathematics don't give multiple meanings. When findings in nature are expressed mathematically, they are easier to verify or disprove by experiment. The contribution of math and physics led to innovation. Make this smaller. Whew. How did I spell scientific wrong? I never learned triangles, bro. Me, I hated triangles, but look at me now. I didn't even learn triangles. I learned how to do associative and commutative, and now I'm here doing triangles. Because life is not fair. And I feel like I might just die from not eating breakfast, and I need breakfast. Only thing I had was a cup of coffee, so I must have breakfast right now. Or else there's a high percentage of time I will die. And chemistry is 10 times more fun. What is this? Physics I'm studying? So, bro, I'm gonna be right back after I finish some breakfast. I'll be back. Then study more physics. Seems I'm still alive. That's unfortunate because it's more physics. Me and my zero viewers. Let's go. Best part of my life. Right, there's no one scientific method, but there are common features the way scientists do their work. The Greeks reasoned by arbitrary assumptions. The modern scientists work upward, first examining the way the world actually works, then building structural findings to explain. There's not a cookbook for explanation, but this is, I suppose, the method scientists nowadays use. So let me try firstly structure, then I'll try to explain them to myself. All right. And the application of math. Firstly, we recognize a question or a puzzle, such as an unexplained fact. The distance between the sun and moon. What is the distance? That is a question. Make an educated guess, a hypothesis that might resolve the puzzle. Okay, let's just say distance is 100,000 kilometers. Predict the consequence of the hypothesis. 100,000 kilometers is like approximately 2 Earths or 3 Earth spins, but the sun is so much more bigger, even from further away. So there's a problem that it will take us just 3 Earth walks to reach the sun. Perform experiments or make calculations to test the prediction. Alright, my prediction was wrong because the sun's shadow does not follow triangular angles from the moon and the sun. Then I formulate a simple general rule that organizes three main ingredients: hypothesis, predicted efforts, and experimental findings. So we have assumption, then we had predicted consequences, and then we have experimental finding, which legit means our actual results. Yo, I'm back. Agree, I'm back. Finally, more. I was about to say chemistry, but physics. Science comes from trial and error. Science comes from trial and error. That's a good thing to know. Let's make an acronym. Now, what is this acronym? It can mean demon. This is some demon language we all can say, but it's question, hypothesis. What is C? Consequence, and E is educated guess. No, it's E experiment. And F means formula. Formulate a hypothesis, prediction, and then experimental findings. So the first four are important. The last one is obvious. We just mix the first four. Question, hypothesis, consequence, experiment. Um, right. That's how we can make scientific discoveries. Although it was once a fact that the universe is unchanging and permanent, today it is a fact that the universe is expanding and evolving. A scientific hypothesis, on the other hand, is an educated guess that is only presumed to be factual until it's supported by experiment. So it is only a guess that has no evidence backing it up unless we put some evidence against it. If a hypothesis is tested over and over again and not been contradicted, it may no be known as a law or principle. So it is applying some math theory on problem solving to physics. Let me read along, then I'll write more. A single verifiable experiment outweighs any authority, regardless of reputation or number of followers. The most least questionable ones are the most widespread assumptions. Scientists use the word theory in a way that differs from its daily use. A scientific theory. Why is it blue? Why is it large? Why are these all large? All right, organize. A scientific theory, on the other hand, is a synthesis of a large body of information that encompasses well tested and verified hypotheses about certain aspects of the natural world. It basically means theory in other areas is just knowledge, while a scientific theory is verified and tested hypothesis about the natural world. It's proven, unlike the other elements. Theory of science go change. Scientific theories evolve as they go through stages of redefinition and refinement. Nothing is permanent. Only when confronted with actual evidence, scientists can change their view. No number of experiments you do can prove you right. A single experiment can prove you wrong. One contradiction is all you need. Then there's the idea that there is another species on a different planet, intelligent species. Although it can be proved by verification of one single species that is found, if we try searching it, it will take multiple eons of life. And we cannot disprove it because we did not search yet. It could be in the next corner. So, this hypothesis is not really scientific, rather speculative. It can be true or false. Uh, Scientists should only accept their ideas whose theories and findings are testable. Speculations cannot be tested and are regarded unscientific. Science, art, and religion. Now, where did religion come in physics, bro? What book am I reading? More headaches. Wise application of technology can lead to a better world. I truly agree. Utopia, is that good? We don't know. I need political theory to answer that question. Is that testable? Probably in theory only. Unless we do it practically, we can't say utopia is perfect. That's what a scientific mind would think. Mm. The basics of science is physics. Oh wow, finally we're studying physics after 1 hour and 30 minutes. Chemistry is about how matter is put together. Biology is more complex and involves matter that is alive. So, underneath biology is chemistry, underneath chemistry is physics. Physics is the most basic of science, but math is above physics, so we know that secretly. I feel like my brain is going to collapse any minute. I honestly and completely feel like my brain might collapse any minute. Why are there 2,000 insects outside, bro? I mean, inside my house? In my room, I see them crawling on the windows. This is bad. Right now, I don't want to do insect warfare, so I'm gonna just study. Mechanics. Intriguing. The number of balls released into the array of balls is always the same number that emerges from the other side. We'll learn about Newton's first law of motion, inertia. Aristotle on motion, Galileo's experiments, Newton's first law, net force and vectors, equilibrium law, support force, equilibrium of moving things, the moving earth. It's going to teach us physics by history. I see. I see how it is. Okay, lock in, lock in. Okay. Firstly, it's Aristotle. Aristotle on motion. He divided motion into natural and violent. Natural motion proceeds from nature of an object depending on the combination of four elements: earth, water, fire, and air. From chemistry, we know that. Smoke rises, clay falls. He calls Earth a celestial object. Natural motion. I don't know what's violent. Let me read. His followers for nearly 2000 years regarded his views as beyond question. Let me find a picture from Google. I mean, Pinterest. Okay, okay. Okay, we have Aristotle teaching us about his laws of motion. If you refuse, just know you can't refuse because he is Aristotle. We cannot refuse him. He's just that genius. Bro, what is bro doing? Hmm. Moving Earth. It was his intellectual climate. His idea was the Earth circle around the sun. On the day he died, his revolution about the sun being the center of the universe or our galaxy universe was given. But the church had different ideas. If you question Aristotle's view that we are the center of the universe, you are not Christian. So church rejects you. Oh no. You're exiled. I need another meme. What the hell? This is the this is the call church was receiving if bro was alive. Bro's honest reaction to this information. These reactions. Okay. Second reason was the lag he graved. Now we are at Galileo. All right, now I understand his experiment. Bro disproved him, really? Life can be good. Life can be good. I got mango juice from thin air. Mango juice. I love mango. But I love watermelon more. Galileo. Yes, I completely agree with you. Galileo cooked Aristotle. I might just get a meme, but Galileo cooked him. Let's find what racist things Galileo said to Aristotle after discovering he is right. All right. Motion of balls on various planes. All right, so our genius then did more experiments about motion itself. Let me summarize it for you all. All right, I understand. So Galileo did this experiment where he dropped one cricket ball, one football, and one basketball. Cricket ball went down fast. Football didn't go up. They were not like Argentina playing volleyball. But the basketball stood in one place because there was no friction. As such, he said, Aristotle, fuck you, bro. Your theory sucks. And he disproved him with that theory. And this is what bro cooked up. Using some balls, he disproved. Galileo analyzed this in still another way because the downward motion of the ball from the first plane is the same for all cases. The speed of the ball when it begins to move up the second plane is the same for all cases. So if there was no friction or anything else, this would mean the thing would continuously move without any interference. Several months after Galileo died, Isaac Newton was born. Oh, yes, Newton. Newton's first law of motion. Okay, bro. Alright, Galileo cooked him, I swear. What the hell? What the hell is this meme I found? What is this? Bro, let me click. Search bar, I don't need search bar. Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Hopefully I don't lose it. I'm hoping. I lost it. It's all over. My joke. Yo, when your verse is so fire, you die. The thing goes pop pop. What is this? This is Galileo to Aristotle after he proposed his theory. The thing goes "Krrr, bro, kya kho?" Let me recite this peak to you guys. The thing goes "Krrr, pop pop kak kak kho." This is Galileo. How bro felt disproving. Alright, Newton, you gotta cook. You need to destroy Galileo's achievements. Alright, let me start reading now. Newton's law of motion. Every object continues in a state of rest or uniform speed in a straight line unless acted by a non-zero net force. Which non-zero means external force, by the way. This is what we call inertia. If an object is moving, it continues to move without turning or changing its speed. This is evident in space probes that continuously move in outer space. Changes in motion must be imposed against the tendency of an object to retain its state of motion. In the absence of a net force, a moving object tends to move along a straight line indefinitely. Let me find a good picture. What's that movie called? That space movie by Christopher Nolan. What's that space movie called? Oh, Interstellar. Oh yes, this was so peak back in the day. All right, so we have this spaceship, right? Now, this spaceship in space, there is no gravity. As such, it can just rotate. I don't know what I'm drawing, but bear with me. It's all about the process. So this thing can rotate continuously, creating some sort of a motion. So even after stopping, the spaceship will continue to move forward because there is no friction. There is no gravity that's pulling it upwards or downwards. There's nothing pulling it upwards or downwards. But because it was going forwards, it will continue to go forwards because it has no friction. It has no reason. Even if the power is stopped, it will continue to go forwards because it has nothing stopping it. No gravity, no ground, nothing. That's basically the law. Without the rules of physics, we tend to be superstitious and see magic where there's none. Quite wonderfully, everything is connected to everything else by surprisingly small number of rules. And that beautifully simple way, the rules of nature are what the study of physics is about. That's true. When we don't understand something, it's like magic. But when we do understand, it's like, oh, that's common sense. Yeah, I agree with you guys. Interstellar was a peak movie. I watched it pretty recently, actually. And the spaceship example is perfect because in space there's no friction. If you had thrusted long ago, it will continue to just move in at a consistent speed. Next is net force and vectors. What is net force and vectors? I'm confused. A force, in the simplest sense, is push or pull. A force is simply a push or pull. When more than a single force acts on an object, we consider the net force. So imagine a helicopter had also had a rocket engine behind it, so it had both its helicopter wings circulating it and going on, while the jet speed was ensuring it goes forward. So it has two forces. One is pushing it up, one is pulling it forward. Hmm. The equal but oppositely directed forces cancel each other out. Yes. This is a book example. Let's apply 5 newtons of forces together. It will be 10 newtons force. But if we applied 5 forward and 5 backwards, that's 0 newtons. If we apply 10 forward and 5 backwards, the speed is halved, and that is 5 newtons of net force. So force can be opposite or proportional. Any quantity that requires both magnitude and direction for a complete description is a vector quantity. Now, what is a vector quantity? I have no idea, but I read the definition. What is a magnitude and a direction? Direction means the arrows. Magnitude means x and y, meaning the space itself. So we need some a 3D or 2D space where we can set up a direction, the arrow. Hmm. Example of vector quantities include magnitude only, not involving direction. Examples of vector quantities include force, velocity, and acceleration. In contrast, a quantity that can be described by are called scalar. This is good for computer science class. Scalar quantities, a quantity that can be described by magnitude only. What are magnitudes? These are just examples. If vectors act in the same direction, they add. If they go in the opposite direction, they subtract. The sum of two or more vectors is called the resultant. To find the resultant of two vectors that don't act the exact same way or opposite direction, we use parallelograms rule. Construct a parallelogram in which the two vectors are adjacent sides of the diagonal. Is this guy cooking? Let's see. So this vector is going in the same direction, so it adds. In the special case of two vectors that are equal in magnitude and perpendicular to each other, the parallelogram is a square. Since for any square, the length of a diagonal is root 2 or 1.41 times mod one of the sides. The resultant is root 2 times one of the vectors. Meaning if they're both equal and perpendicular to each other, the parallelogram is a square. I think it's enough physics for today. What do you guys agree? Enough physics. Let's go to the next topic, which is computer science, which is much more fun. Uh, hmm. Bro, okay, I can't use it because there are watermarks. Guys, this might just be us before studying physics. Me before every physics exam? Einstein, help me! Newton, help me! Help me! How does rocket spin so much that force is zero, yet we still continue to move? Bro, you gotta help me! The next is computer science, meaning coding. Let me open coding. Yep, we're back to here. If you were yesterday, you'd know the line doesn't sit around for the weak prey. It sits on the street like it owns the street. Variables and coding. But I think we all deserve a rest after what we just went through in physics. So I'm gonna also take a rest and come back in like 20 minutes. Let me edit the text. Alright, see you guys in a bit. Okay, seems like we're back in business. Now it's time for coding. Coding, coding, coding. Yes, totally my favorite. Working with lists. What an extraordinary chapter. Let me make these into grouped folders. Let me drink some mango juice. Oh my god, how will I hold it? Why are there so much green rust everywhere? What is this? Handle. Where are you, handle? Does handle has green rust? It doesn't. I love the handle. Ah, peace. Now with peace comes tranquility. With tranquility, I don't know what comes, but next chapter does. Let's go. Next chapter. Now chapter 3. What is chapter 3? No, no, not math. Working with lists. Sounds wonderful. Let's see my notes. In chapter 2 you learn how to make simple lists. Now you will learn with individual items in a list, how to loop through them or set of actions every time as a list. As a result, you'll be able to work efficiently with lists of any length, including those with thousands or millions of items. A for loop. Looping is important because it's one of the most common ways to compute repetitive tasks. For example, a simple loop. Here, let me write some notes. This is how we write a for loop. We type for, then the name of the variable, then what we want to adjust, creating a for loop. Hey, let's stream where you will learn Ukraine until you stop breathing. Sounds like a viral idea, bro. I can't lie. Very much viral idea. Sigma Lion eats on the street, of course. Sigma does not wait for lunch. He eats dinner when everyone eats lunch. Maybe I should stream one day learning about a new language in 12 hours. Probably gonna die, but hopefully I won't die. All right. Next for loop. A loop goes through the list every single time on every single item. The code repeats itself as much as possible. We can do just about anything with an item in a for loop. Every indented line following the line for magician is considered inside the loop. Indentation, meaning they are inside the loop itself. Doing something after a for loop. What happens once a for loop has finished executing? Usually when you want to summarize a block of output or more. Any line that's outside of the for loop is only activated once. They just work normally like a normal piece of code. Python uses indentations to determine how a line or a group of lines is related to the rest of the program. Basically, the white spaces show that a piece of code is inside another piece of code, not outside. It shows you blocks of code. There are a lot of errors one can make about indentation. If you don't indent whole loops, it will only print nothing inside the for loop. Indenting unnecessarily. Normal lines don't need to be indented unless there's no unless you don't have to indent them for a normal file. If you accidentally indent a code that should run after a loop has finished, the code will be repeated once for each item in the list. For loops don't know what you're trying to do with your code. Okay, new line. The the fuck are you studying? Respect. Keep going. I believe in you, and don't forget to touch grass. He will. Trust. I will, bro. Don't worry. I will touch grass. What I'm studying is coding right now. Computer science. After coding will be, the greatest thing in life, chemistry. After chemistry, we'll have psychology. And after psychology, communication. And finally, biology. Why is biology 2 hours? That's torture. Why? Column. The colon at the end of the statement tells Python interpreter. Oh. Okay, enough with the theory. Now we are gonna switch tabs to anti-gravity. Oh, lion. I love lion. All right, we're gonna be coding now with for loops. Let's see the practice. What do we need? Think of at least 3 kinds of your favorite pizzas. Store these pizza names in a list and then use a for loop to print each of name of the pizza. Sure, buddy. Favorite pizza. I don't eat pizza. Uh, Firstly, we of course have a Pepsi. Then we also have chicken. Of course, we also need lion. Modify your loop to print statements of each name of the pizza instead of printing just the name of the pizza for each pizza. You should have one line of output containing a simple statement like I like pepperoni pizza. Add a line at the end of your program outside the loop that states how much you like pizza. The output should consist of 3 or more lines about the kinds of pizza you like and then an additional sentence such as I really love pizza. So much pizza. Why pizza? Chicken, Pepsi, chicken, lion. Print I. They should print all of the names. Pepsi, chicken, lion. Yes. If we use a now we use a F string. What kind of F string can I write? I really love. Uh, Favorite pizza indentation 0. But print but. I'm thinking of what I can write. Among the. only the rules. Lion. Oh my god. Let's print this. I really love the Pepsi. However, chicken is also sick, but we all know among them, the Pepsi, only the lion rules. I really love Pepsi. However, chicken is also sick, but we among them, the chicken, the only the lion rules. I really love Pepsi. However, chicken is also sick, but we all know among them, lion, the only the lion rules. So if I put I, it will repeat. Oh, it repeated this first statement, which didn't have any I, and then it repeated the line phrase. I see. So if we just remove lion with duck, king equals to lion. Oh my god. But we all know among them Pepsi is cute and all, but only the lion rules. Only the lion rules. Cold statement. Animals. Think of at least three different animals that have a common characteristic. Store the names of these animals in a list and then use a for loop to print each of the name of the animals. Sure. Why? Let me just put the in a comment. Animals. Oh no. So firstly we have everyone's favorite cat. Then we of course have wolf. And then we of course have lion because he gets capital. How? Modify your program to print a statement about each animal, such as. Okay, I'm sneezing. Coronavirus, I don't need you in my life. You know who'd make the best companion? Animals. Then I add a dot. Then I add a title. So they're all. No, let's make it upper. So it's capitalized. You know who'd make the best companion? Cat. You know who'd make the best companion? Wolf. But we all know the best companion is lion. Add a line at the end of your program stating what these animals have in common. Mm, Cat. Cute. Wolf is danger. Lion is both. Trust. Trust. Trust me. Alright, now we print everything. Let's add some gaps so it's easier understood. Alright, this was the exercise using for loops. Let me take a picture. Let me go back to Scratchpad. The lion doesn't turn around when the small dog barks. The lion's honest reaction. The lion doesn't turn around when the small dog barks. Of course, the lion doesn't turn around when the small dog barks. Chicken! Yes, we all love chicken. The lion listens to nobody. The lion always comes out on top. The lion is just a built different species. We always need to add lion to our coding practices because the lion is just so funny and so cool. Anyways, let's look at the next lesson. Making a numerical list. Many reasons exist to store a set of numbers. Okay, so next we're gonna learn how we can use it for numbers. Numerical values. The range function makes it easy to generate a series of numbers. Okay, we have our first method or function for numericals. Let me drink mango. We can make a list using number range function easily. Okay. Oh, okay. Now there's also a range XYZ. It works as a series modification. So let's say we type range 1 to 5, it will print 1, 2, 3, 4. However, if we type range 1 to 5, but we type 2, it will print 1, 3. And that's it, 1, 3. Because here the Z factor is 2, so we add by 2 from where we start. The lion does not shower. The lion has aura. He does not need to shower. Bro, where are you guys getting these facts from? The lion is just so legendary. In Python, two asterisks represent exponent. Hmm. All right. Simple. Let me try some code. New methods. We're back to line, of course. Why is my coding thing not working? Anti-gravity, you need to lock in, bro. What happened? Anti-gravity, what lock in, bro? Okay, bro, finally locked in. Alright, as I was saying, the the book gave me a good example. Let's say squares equals to an empty list of Python. And we use the for square in range. Let's start with 1 and end with 30. So it will make it. Then we do indentation. What the hell? Column. So we don't forget. We don't need quotations. Indentation. We do. Then what can I write? Oh yeah, squares. We need values. Let's say we want square values of each items. So meaning they're squares. So square equals to not square, squares. Square 2. This means exponent. So this will put all the values back to the list. Now, but however, the list is still empty. Why is the list still empty? Simple. The list will not work because it's still stuck in indentations. We need to append them. How do I append them? Squares. Let me just change this name. Value. Now it is so much more simpler. Squares dot append. Why doesn't append work? Value. Now it should append the values. Wait, no, it changes the value. Square. Now we take, oh yeah, this temporary variable is then appended to our main list. Now it should print properly. Yeah, 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 39, 49. These are all squares of the numbers gained easily. It's been 5 hours. How long have we been studying for coding? I don't know. I lost track of time. So how long has coding lasted? I came back at what is this? Scientific method. Okay, I open coding at not been 1 hour. Come on, it's not been 1 hour. Yeah, it's not been 1 hour. Okay, it's been like 30 minutes. It's been 30 minutes. 30 more minutes, then coding is over. Let me continue reading. A few Python functions are helpful when working with lists of numbers. For example, you can easily find the minimum, maximum, and sum of lists of numbers. Similarly, this temporary variable does not need to actually exist. What we can actually also do is type squares dot append, then we type value strict 2. It will yield the same results. Temporary variable is just there for understanding and simplifies the things. List comprehension. What is list comprehension? List comprehension allows you to generate the same line of code in just one line. Oh, I see. I see. So we can write it indifferently as well. So let's say we forgot this. Instead of writing it in 4 lines, we can write it in one line. How in one line? Let's type. Naming them is harder. We have Ouija equals to. What does it equal to? We need a list, of course. But how do we write a list? Let's just type list comprehension means we can type actual for loops within the list itself. So let's type value times 2. Now we know this is just asterisk means exponents for value. Now is that we're adding a for loop inside a list in range function. Now if we print Ouija is the same. List comprehension is basically we can write for loops and other types of codes that modify a list within the list itself. Let me take note of that. Let me add some comments. Complications. Let me take a 1 minute break real quick. Hey, I need to lock in. You lock in. I need to study and lock in. Okay, list comprehension. Now, basically, we use list comprehension to write lists 10 times faster and 10 times shorter in lines. Why is it streaming? Scratchpad is broken. Why is Scratchpad broken now? Now it's working magically. But we need to go back to anti-gravity. Why is anti-gravity now broken, bro? What is this? Yeah, thank you. Because we have a lot of exercises. For some reason, we need to do 10 exercises. Hmm. All right, counting to 20. Use a for loop to print the numbers from 1 to 20 inclusive. All right, we'll use list comprehension for all of them because we are just a genius species. Counter equals to list for range function 121 print counter. What? I think I might have made a mistake. List. Yeah, that now it works. Inclusively. List range counter. Okay. Next, make a list of numbers from 1 to 1 million and then use a for loop to print the numbers. If the output takes too long, stop it by pressing Ctrl C. Okay. Range 1, and now we need to write 1 million. So we have 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Yeah, that's 1 million. Now we print million. We use a for loop to print. Yeah, for loop. Why doesn't this work? What's the wrong? List comprehension might be a bit tough. If I remember correctly, I don't remember correctly. Yeah, we can use a simpler perhaps. Hmm. This should print all of the numbers one by one. Yeah. It printed from 1 million to million, but I don't know how to do it in list comprehension mode. Might be kind of stupid. Then we need to do summing a million. Make a list of numbers from 1 to 1 million and then use mini and max to make sure your list actually starts at 1 and ends at 1 million. How? Also use sum function to see how quickly Python can add a million numbers. How? I don't know how any about mini or max. Who's mini and max? I don't know any mini and max. Okay. Minion equals to mini is min. Min million. Print minion. What do we get? We get 1, which is the first digit. So if we do max, it will give us 1 million. Yeah, it gives us the last digit. And what if we do sum? So it will give us the sum of all numbers. Yeah, it gives us the sum of all numbers. Now, if we organize it, let me try to organize it. F string. We start with min, million, and our ending is max, million, which equals, wait, no, which equals slash n. And then we do sum million. We add one more value here so it's not odd. And then we run this. And it gives us exactly, we start out with 1 and our ending is 1 million, which equals to 500 some digits. Let me start a poll because I feel bored. Studying is tough. Yeah, nay. Okay, we did the million one now. Use a third argument in range function to make a list of odd numbers from 1 to 20. Okay. One to 21 with odd numbers are 3. Let's see. 1, 4, 1, 4 is not odd number. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. Yes. It counts from the start, then it goes 2 digit up, so it gives odd numbers only. Okay, we got odd numbers. Use a for loop to print each of them. That won't be necessary. Or is that necessary? Next exercise is make a list of multiples of 3 from 3 to 30. Use a for loop to print the numbers in your list. Now, how do I make a multiple of 3? I don't know how to make multiple of 3. It starts at 3, of course. And our range is 31. And it increases by 3. So that should be the list. For I in print I. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. Yes, multiples of 3. A number raised to the third power is called a cube. For example, the cube of 2 is written as 2 power asterisk in Python. Make a list of the first 10. First 10. That is the cube for each integer from 1 to 10. And use a for loop to print each value. Okay. Oh, oh, I think I know. This should work, right? Am I a genius? 1827. Yes, I am genius. It worked. It's like magic. Okay, now cube comprehension. Use a list comprehension to generate a list of the first 10 cubes. List comprehension. Okay. Mm, we don't need to use cubers. I can just make range again because we're already in a list. And I got an error. Seems like the print statement didn't work. Yeah, it did work. 124 I did it! Let's go, humanity! We did it! We! Yes, we! Ah, life. It feels so good to finish exercises. Mm. Let me show you guys my reaction after doing all these exercises. Sometimes it's easier to shut your m- mouth mindset. Why is dog has fingers like that? Dog, what is wrong with you? Dog, I trusted you, dog. But you sound like creature. You sound like skinwalker. Thought you were real creature, but looks like you're skinwalker. We make it very small. Nobody needs to see these small mathematics. You know, we make dog smaller. Dog doesn't need to be so big. Okay. We zoom in, we can easily see them. How long has it been? The lion does not study. Bro, lion does nothing. The lion does not study is so true. I agree, bro. Something is wrong with the dog. The dog is not human, bro. I'm telling you, the dog is not human. Dog is not human. Dog is not human. This is my reaction. This is my reaction to doing these puzzles. This lion. He sits on the street like a gangster. This wild dog. Dog. Okay. I think coding is making me halfly crazy. 135 page we're in. Next chapter is in 150, meaning 15 more pages of exercises. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to do it right now. 1 hour has already passed. Meaning we're gonna go to the next chapter now. No, what? Let me see what's the next. The dog. It's dog. It's a mule. Those who remember. Oh my god, I remember, bro. I remember, bro. It's donkey. All right. Next is chemistry. I love chemistry. Let me open chemistry. Only the OGs know this strategy. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum. Then we have this whole map of learning. The last time we learned about the golden age, which was hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, and chlorine. Today we're gonna study about fluorine, iodine, and bromine. But as a educated individual, I have realized I will need rest if I need to survive. So I will take another break now. It's been an hour. So I'll be back and then lock in to study chemistry. Let me edit the text here. Alright, I'll see you guys in a bit after I'm mentally not exhausted. It is I, the worst written character in real life. What is that back? It is I, the most background character of background characters. Back with my zero viewer live stream because I'm that Chad. Because why zero viewers when one viewer? And why anything else when chemistry? So back to my chemistry arc. Fluorine, iodine, and bromine. Seems like tough guys. Let me start studying now. The voracious attention of Carl Wilhelm Scheele was called fluoride. Fluoride has the unusual property of glowing when heated. Now, what's fluoride? We need a picture. Google, help me. Okay, so fluoride looks like this. Pretty cool shapes, don't you agree? Fluorine is gas, fluoride is ore. The mineral stores energy absorbed from high energy radiation, such as natural radioactivity in the Earth or cosmic rays of space. Energy absorbed from the cosmic rays of Earth or the cosmic rays of atomic particles. Fluorescence. So it basically, in dust form, releases the defects of cosmic rays and radioactivity of the Earth. So are you breathing radioactivity? We don't know until we lead. It releases acidic gas when heated strongly. Fluorspar acid, which was known as the Swedish acid circle. They called it fluoric acid. All right, we know this is some sort of an acid now. Lavoisier suspected that, like muriatic acid, it was a combination of some element with oxygen. But when Humpty Dumpty showed that there was no oxygen in the former, that it contained the element chlorine instead, the French scientist André Marie Ampère wrote to him suggesting that perhaps fluoric acid was similar. How about Ampere said, giving the hypothetical new element in the acid named fluorine. So they named it fluorine because they couldn't name up other things or find connection with it to oxygen. The seaweed element. A year later, in 1813, Humphrey Davy went to visit Ampere. Sounds like an electricity name. The Napoleonic War were raging, but the eminent chemistry, such as Davy, were considered by Napoleon to be exempt from hostilities. They called it iodine. Basically, some scientists were making alkaline with sulfuric acid from seaweed. And they call this smelly violet vapor that was condensed into crystals with the dark metallic sheen of graphite. And chemists call this combined it with hydrogen, making an iodinic acid, similar to muriatic acid, suggesting a new element called chlorine, similar to chlorine, called ion, and called it iodine. Let's search up iodine. How does bro look? Bro looks as purple as the book described. Bro is just so purple. Alright, so basically, historically, iodine was leached off kelp and seaweed. Historically, iodine was extracted from seaweed, which was dried, burned, and leached with water. The resulting ash solution was treated with sulfuric acid and manganese dioxide to release iodine, which was then purified by sublimation. Chemistry, as peak as it is, always so much peak. See what's next. It turns a solution of starch dark blue while studying samples of obtained from Mediterranean seaweed. Fluorine, if anything, even worse than its acid, being highly toxic and one of the most reactive substances known to chemistry. The four elements fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine all sit within the same column in the periodic table and are known collectively as halogens, meaning salt makers. Oh, they make salt. Life changing. I can make salt at home now, finally. Okay. I'm gonna do some detailed study of it. Yeah, I found some fun facts. Interesting. This is about fluorine. Fluorine. Bruh. Alright, now finally organized. It is a pale yellowish, incredibly toxic and fiercely corrosive gas. It is the most chemically reactive and electronegative element in existence. It's the most electronegative element in existence. Fluoride compounds are added to toothpaste and tap water to prevent cavities. It is also essential in manufacturing Teflon, non-stick pans, and refining uranium for nuclear power. It is the T-Rex of the periodic table. Pure fluorine gas reacts violently with almost everything. It can even burn water. Oh my god. Basically, this is how alchemists felt throwing. Let me upload this picture. This is how alchemists felt throwing fluorine gas onto the sea and then lighting it on fire. They're like, I know magic, you don't know me, and it's all over. Next up, we have facts about bromine. Now, what is bromine? It is a dense reddish brown liquid that evaporates easily at room temperature. It's suffocating into a suffocating metallic smelling vapor. Suffocating means it's hard to breathe. Widely used in flame retardants applied to electronics and furniture, pool sanitizer, and agricultural chemicals. And fun fact, along with mercury, bromine is one of the only two elements on the entire periodic table that are liquid at standard room temperature. Its name comes from the Greek word bromos, which literally means stench, meaning bro smells so bad. Bro, once we have a apex predator, then we have guy who smells bad. And lastly, we have iodine. Iodine, which is a standard abbreviation of I. A shiny blue-black solid crystal. When heated, it skips the liquid phase entirely and turns directly into a beautifully dense purple gas. Process called sublimation. Sublimation. Critically used as medical antiseptic, the brown liquid wiped on the skin before surgery, and essential in our diets to help the thyroid gland control metabolism. Most table salt is artificially iodized before the lack of iodine in human diets causes goiters, massive of the thyroid glands. So our salt makers are making us healthy by adding iodine into it. Mm. Wow. These are some wonderful facts, bro. I can't lie. how to control. Yeah, it looks good enough. Fluorine, iodine, and bromine. Bro is ugly. Bromine is smelly guy. Iodine is used in we need it for survival basically, and it is goes directly into gas from no liquid. And then we have fluorine, which is just very toxic and light water on fire. I wonder what fluorine smells like. It smells like death, bro. Inhale it, then I'll throw matchstick. Then we are both dead. All right, next is chromium and cadmium with 24 position in periodic table and 48 position in periodic table. Group 6 and group 12. Why are they added together? We don't know, but we will find out. They were examining the minerals of Russia. Reacting crocite. Crocite is a Russian ore that looks like lead. It's in the color red. After reacting it with hydrochloric acid, produced a green substance, and heating it with charcoal further produced a metal that was reported to be gray, very hard, brittle, and easily crystallized in small needles. It was very strongly colored. He submerged the mineral in potassium carbonate, an alkaline, and then nitric neutralized it with nitric acid to produce a solution colored bright orange. It dissolved salt. It was a deep, rich yellow. It was named after the Greek word of color itself, chrome, which soon became a standardized to chromium. Siberian red lead is a mineral form of lead chromate. Basically, it can produce a lot of different colors. That's why they named it after a color. The Greek word of a color, at least. Chrome, chrome, chrome. Why chrome? By reducing the material using charcoal in the usual way, he found another metal with the chemical properties similar to zinc itself. During a smelting factory, Slutsgazer. Passing a hydrogen sulfide gas through a solution of cadmium compound precipitated a bright yellow solid. Promises to be useful for painting. Basically, these two are nothing but paint. I swear to God, cadmium and chromium are little colors. They're used to make paint. After my in depth analysis and reading lore, I realized both are paintings. Here, let me just copy some things now that we know what these guys are. Don't need you to be large or pink. We have Chromium, which is CR7. Everyone knows that guy. He lost the World Cup. A very sad thing. A hard silvery gray, lustrous metal. It is the remarkably mirror-like shine. It is the secret ingredient in stainless steel, making up at least 10.5% of the alloys to prevent rust. Yeah, the fun fact is literally just its color. Nothing else to say, it's just color. As for our boy Cadmium, let's see what he has in store. So cadmium is CD. What is it? What is cadmium? Let's see. A soft bluish white metal that is easily cut with a knife. It is chemically similar to zinc and is highly toxic to humans and the environment. So bro not can only make color, bro can be poisonous. Historically famous for its use in rechargeable nickel cadmium NiCad batteries. It is also used as protective coating for steel boards and airplanes and marine equipment to prevent saltwater corrosion. It protects against salt water because it's pretty toxic. As such, water can be salty, which is alkaline, so it resists against it. But the metal should be poisonous to humans then. Cad- Cadmium yellow was a massive favorite among legendary painters like Vincent Van and Claude. Because of his intense toxicity, artists today use safer synthetic alternatives that mimic the legendary color depth. Let me find some pictures. And then this is chromium's silvery gray lustrous metal. As you can see, it is very metal-like. And as you can see, it's very brilliant yellow color dust, which can be used as colors for cadamite. Both giving a vivid example of how these ores can be used for artistic purposes. Gasoline smells good, I agree with you. It gives us this feeling of trying to taste it, but if we taste it, we are gone. We are finished. It's like in that type of moment we realize we are cooked. Okay, how long have I been studying for? 30 minutes? Whoa. Not even an hour, and I feel like I have headache already. Chemistry, I thought I loved you. What happened to the last time we were having so much fun, bro? Bomb. What happened last time, bro? Now it's just like, ooh, we have deadly gas that turns into gas very early, and smelly gas. Whoa, then we have color. Then we have more color. Oh my god. The chemistry, what happened to you, bro? Life, let me add engage with audience, start a poll. Next are rare metal elements. What do you mean rare metal elements? Elements such as scandium, yttrium, lanthurium, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, poromanthium, samarium, europium, gadolinium, terbium, dysprosium, holmium, erbium, thulium, ytterbium. What? Many elements are named after the places they were discovered, often for the reasons of national pride. Germanium, francanium. Okay, bro, I get it. I get it. Swedish village of Ytterby, which has no fewer than four elements named in its honor. I need to lock in. Lock in. There were more rare materials from Ytterby in Germany in 1843. Okay, bro, I don't need this much history. I'm getting losing my brain. I'm having stomach ache. I'm gonna die in the next 5 minutes. John Dalton's atom. John Dalton? Who? In 1887, English chemist Henry Enfield Roscoe declared that atoms are round bits of wood invented by Mr. Dalton. John Dalton was a modest school teacher. The new system of chemical philosophy. Dalton suggested that this made sense if the constituent atoms of elements joined into compound atoms with simple ratios partnering with one or the other, perhaps one or two. Basically, he suggested the idea of compounds is pairing an atom of hydrogen with one of oxygen, while an atom of ammonia is a one to one union of hydrogen and nitrogen. It couldn't explain why atoms join together, but now we knew about the molecules. Oh my god, next chapter? Really? Yay, next chapter. We love next chapter. But what is the next chapter? Electrical discoveries. Okay. Okay, now where do we move to? It looks like counter downshifting. Tungsten. What did tungsten do to not deserve a square? Do we go right or do we go up? Or we go left? No, we don't go left. Get a load of this guy. Yes, I'm the crazy guy. What do you mean delete your comment? I didn't. I didn't. I don't remember what comment I deleted. I don't delete comments. If your comment is gone, it means YouTube flagged it as some sort of bot activity. Mm. So this chapter is the history from the end of the 17th centuries to the end of the 18th century. The electrical discovery. Okay. So electricity became parlor tricks in that era because you can rub a glass tube to flow like fluids along metal wires and cause electricity. Many believe electricity was like a fluid back in the day. To charge up a metal foil electrodes attached to inside and outside of a glass jar half filled with water, a so-called Leyden jar which offered a convenient way to store up electricity. You're not talking much. I really want to learn about electrical discoveries. Oh yes, bro, you must learn. It's hard to talk when you've been talking for 6 hours, you know? When you've been talking for 6 hours straight. But hey, you gotta do what we gotta do. I think I just need energy, so let me eat some snacks in the meantime. I didn't delete your comments like I said. Hmm, I love my fruits. I see many of your videos about government. Make sure they don't come for you like Oliver Tree. I agree with you, bro. I should not. It's just like government knowledge. I'm not saying this government is bad or that government is bad. Who is Oliver Tree? It's scary. I agree with you. Life can be very scary. Galvanism. It means electricity might be, in fact, the activating principle of life. 18th century people really thought how they can bring back a dead body back to life using electricity. They used a primitive battery system, and using the battery's electricity, they can move or twitch specific parts of the body. Bro, what is this pictures of dissecting a frog's leg? I should not add these pictures to the video. The transmission of electricity through water and observed gases bubbling from immersed electrodes. They found that these were oxygen and hydrogen, a process that was soon named electrolysis. Oh, yeah, we know about that. Creating hydrogen and water, atoms and gases. What do you think about Karl Marx? Bro was a great philosopher, trust. I don't know much about him, so I have no opinions. But I heard about him. He was a German philosopher. What did he preach about? Shove down 19 cans of Pepsi and your throat in you'll have energy. Life-changing advice. I might be dead by then. Might be dead before the Pepsi reaches me. I can't lie. Alright, the book finally reaches the first element called mm, potassium. Potassium. Let me take a picture. It's the 19th in the periodic table. You kind of need to know about the government, Karl Marx, if you want to talk about the government. Bro, I read like one book about politics and I read like the first 70 pages. It's not complete yet. Though my curriculum does contain history, so I will read about Karl Marx and his history too. It's just a matter of time. But right now I'm locking in on chemistry. It's an alkali metal. So this scientist who discovered Davy, who discovered it largely by being self-taught, he studied the medical effects of gases such as nitrous oxide, the laughing gas, and there Davy heard of volatile pile constructing one of these batteries for himself, similar to what I told you about earlier, the batteries that can move body parts. His first practical lecture used the laughing gas, nitrous oxide. But he was a danger. He didn't want to flow electricity in water. He wanted to flow it through chemical solutions like molten salt. He found out some metals like iron, zinc, and tin could be extracted from solutions of their salts, appearing as a coating on negative electrodes. But he tried it using alkali potash, which in today's world means potassium hydroxide. He didn't have access to getting hydrogen, so he had to get it from electrodes. Using electrolysis, in 1807 he tried a different tactic, melting potash and then electrolyzing it with a large powerful voltaic pile. This is a picture of the voltaic pile he was using to do this analysis and mixing it with solvents. Hi Kaiser, hello. What about John Locke? John Locke, yeah, my last video was mainly about s- John Locke's opinion about the government and his anarchy system and his utopia too. I haven't read about the utopia. Mainly read about the essentials of the start on anarchy and how the government can use the sake for all and the sake for society to sacrifice individuals even if they're not guilty. But that is ethically seen bad. But you think politicians care about ethics? Inflammable metal was a fundamental ingredient of potash. Government in the USA sucks right now. Yeah, I heard about it. They're making like some crazy decisions in the US. Stuff luck there. Government here in my country is kinda chill, though they're fairly new, so not sure yet. They can do anything. But it's fundamental for a person to know about the politics of the world, even if just simply so they can fight for their rights. If you can't fight for your own rights, the government won't have a second thought in sacrificing you. Mm. Right, a simple description of all the things about potassium from AI, of course, because the book mainly covered history and its creation. Doesn't really cover about any fun facts or things I can use to remember it. Okay, I think this guy can move to the right a bit. Okay. It is a silvery white, incredibly soft metal that can easily be sliced at room temperature. But it reacts so violently with moisture in the air that it must be fully submerged in mineral oil to keep it stable. So if there's just a little humidity, bro, might be causing a lot of reactions. Over 90% of the global potassium production goes into agricultural fertilizers, potash, to help crops grow. In the human body, it's a vital electrolyte that allows your nerves to fire and keep your heart beating at a steady rhythm. It is also used to make specialty glasses, soaps, and gunpowder. It's used to make gunpowder, special glasses, and soaps, and mainly used for agriculture. And our body also needs it for electrolyte. If you drop a chunk of pure potassium in a bowl of water, it doesn't just sink or dissolve, it skittles across the surface, generates a massive heat, instantly ignites the hydrogen gas it creates, and burns with the brilliant lilac violet flames before finally exploding. This is how it's gonna look moments before disaster. Anything can happen after this moment. So you gotta keep moisture out of it. Are you Indian? No, I'm not. If I was Indian, you think I would say my government is chill? Indian government is crazy. The whole country is dying from poverty. Kids can't give exams. It's over there. I heard about it in the news. The government there is far worse than USA and others. At least the USA government is doing stuff for growth. That government is eating it. Hmm. Next thing is sodium. Now, what is sodium? I'm from Bangladesh. We have a pretty chill government here. Chill in terms of they don't do much to harm us and they don't do much to damage us. So it's like chill in a bad way, but not in a horrible way like USA or India. Days after discovering potassium, Davy tried electrolysis on another alkali, molten sodium hydroxide, known as soda. He called it sodium. It effortlessly violent, but does not inflammable. Potassium and sodium have been an alchemist's most useful substance for a millennia. They were used in glass making where they lowered the mixed sand temperature that is needed to melt the coats of the sand. Boiled with animal fats, they can be used to produce soap. Oh, sodium can be used to produce soap. That's great. The people who control the governments are self-interested. That's human biology. They show their own self-interest as the interest of the people, and the gullible ones that don't understand politics just believe them. That's why self-education is very necessary for the population. Even if your government is good, it's not bad to understand it. Most plants produce potassium-rich ashes, but more, but some have sodium. The production of glass was discovered by mistake. Wow, life-changing. Right up until the late 18th century, alkalis were still classed according to their sources. It was clear that sodium and potassium carbonate weren't themselves elemental substances because one could extract carbon dioxide from them. Yet, caustic soda itself an element? Calcium, magnesium, barium, and strontium. Bro was just reacting all of them with hydroxides and hoping for the best and finding new elements on a daily basis. Yeah, USA has like a very strong border actually. Through the left and right side, they have the sea. In towards the upwards, they have the Canadian mountains. They have a strong geology for war. It's almost uninvadable. Only to the bottoms, they have the Mexican deserts too. They're in the best geographical location, an abundant country. Yet the corruption is increasing day by day by the people themselves. But hey, I'm reading chemistry. Yeah, I need to study more politics. You're inspiring me. Corneas a lot. Your topics. Politics was something I haven't studied much. The history of sodium is just Oh, one man reacted with it? They found something. What is it? A soft silvery metal that looks like a block of grey cheese. Just like potassium, it's so reactive that it will tarnish instantly in the air and must be stored under mineral oil. When combined with chlorine, it forms sodium chloride, everyday table salt. Beyond the kitchen, pure sodium is used to manufacture street lights, create baking soda, and act as a high-tech nuclear reactors, co as colants. Pure sodium reacts explosively with water, though it's a bit less violent than potassium. Instead of a violet flame, sodium melts into perfect shiny silver ball that fizzes wildly across the water surfaces before bursting into a bright yellow orange flame. Interesting. This is the orange flame in question. Sodium has only is so extremely reactive because chlorine is taking bro's only valent element. Bro, give his electron back. Bro's taking its electron. No wonder bro's so reactive. Bro hates being stolen from. Their goal is to. I've watched some news once, like long ago, about this situation. That even normal citizens are getting hurt. That the officers have authority to arrest any suspects, not even proof, just suspects in their eyes. And thus, those suspects can be civilians. Okay, I studied about where is it? Fluorine, fluorine, iodine, bromine. Firstly, fluorine is a yellowish, incredibly toxic gas that is the most electronegative element in existence. It can also burn on water because fluorine gas reacts violently with almost anything. And then there is bromine. Bromine is just bromine. What can I say? With mercury, it is the only two elements in the table. What? Why is there storm? Let's go rain. I wanna get a shower now. It's a shiny black crystal. When heated, it skips the liquid. Wait, what am I reading? I forgot. Bromine has a history for a stench. Iodine, on the other hand, is the goat. It's used for medical antiseptics and essential for our diets, helping in metabolism. And most table salts are iodinized for ensuring we get proper new growth. Chromium and candium are literally just colors. Their history are colors. They are literally colors. But in the future modern times, chromium is used for stainless steels because of its chrome plating and colors too. As for candium, because of its alkaline properties and transitional metal status, it can be used as a protective coating with not alkaline, it's toxic. Protective coating for steel bolts in airplanes and marine equipment to prevent saltwater corrosion because it neutralizes it. And then There was this discovery. Yes, potassium, everyone's favorite. It's used mainly for agricultural fertilizers. It exists in the human body as an electrolyte, and it's also used for glass soaps and gunpowder. And then we have sodium. It reacts explosively with water and is a less bit violent than potassium, but is still very violent and is used mainly for everyday table salt if you mix it with chlorine. Beyond just the kitchen, it creates baking soda and acts as a coolant for high-tech nuclear reactors. What are you guys debating about? I wish I could join in on you guys' conversation, but I don't have much knowledge on politics. I need to study it. Can't say much because I don't watch the news. But once I get enough theory, I should start watching news. Essential step for growth. Why did rain stop? I wanted a shower. Wait, how long has it been since studying chemistry? Alright, it's been. How long has it been? An hour since I started studying chemistry. Condoning removing parents from their children. Now that's a very big crime. Parents losing their, I mean, children losing their parents during their adolescence and puberty can cause massive psychological problems. So even if it's for the country's temporary welfare, those children are gonna grow exceptionally weak without a psychological parenting. That's biology. Even if they are being condoned. Should I continue studying periodic table? I don't know. Let me find another map real quick. Let me get a spatial memory map in the background. All right, now I'm gonna study how many. Okay, we spawn here, then we can go here, 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 here. So one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Basically, 12 more elements of the periodic table can be memorized by using Rivals map. That is called profound mental intelligence. Let's go. More chemistry learned from Rivals. All right, chemistry. I need a break. I'm mentally exhausted again. I need to shower as well and touch some grass. And it's raining, so I'm gonna go take a shower in the rain because it's just mindset, you know? Guys, I'll make a video about the what's the government doing in the USA right now. Bro, I barely know about my own government. I don't have much theory on politics to make an opinion oriented video. And if I try to make an objective oriented video, it will be like AI generated. So I think I'll need more time before I make such videos. Though you guys can talk for now. I'm just gonna go take a shower and be back soon. All right. It is time I start continuing to study because life is all about studying. And what's wrong with the Windows Scratchpad? What happened, bro? Why are you dead? Oh, you work suddenly? That's great. Next topic is psychology. And the thing I've chosen, the book I have chosen for psychology is mainly, let me make our iconic circle. It's the book called Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. Now, this book, my main intentions for choosing this book over any other psychology, behavioral, or social dynamic analysis is in any social situation, your ego will inflict your words, emotions, and actions. If you always had a zero ego, there is zero bias and zero emotional turmoil on your words. You're more cautious and efficient with them. So, having a zero ego in any situation, competitive and anything, is always a victory. As such, I have chosen this as the most crucial, my favorite topic to discuss right now. Part 1, Aspiration. Aspiration. Now, what can aspiration be about? Find out soon enough. We said we have goals, calling a new beginning. Every great journey begins here. Far too much of us never reach our intended destination. Ego more often is the culprit. To whatever you aspire, ego is the enemy. Really? Let's read about it. Sometime around 374 BC, Isocrates, one of the most well known teachers and rhetoricians in Athens, wrote a letter to a young man named Demosychus. No adornments, so become you. Basically, Democrat Isocrates wrote to this guy called Demonicus about modesty, justice, and self control. To live a life out of virtue and to practice self control. Don't be swayed by temper, pleasure, or pain. Abhor flattery as you deceive, for both, if trusted, injure others who trusted them. The best thing which we have in ourselves is judgment. Then, after this, Isocrates advised to Democles, not really, thousands of years later, a man named United States military officer William Tecumseh Sherman was the country's general and strategic thinker. Never heard of Isocrates, but he loved the play and often quoted this very speech. The speech was this above all to shine own self to be true, and it must follow as the night's day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessings, season in thy what? What? It's like I'm reading some unknown different language. It's like a poem. Let me edit this. This is like the speech. I have no idea. This above all to thine own self be true. This above all thinking oneself is above everyone, and it must follow as the night the day. As the night then day, meaning sometimes it's true, sometimes it's false, though can not then be false to any man. I have no idea. So Sherman's father adopted a young boy. Sherman refused the presidency of the United States, unlike a Napoleon who bursts upon the scene from nowhere and disappears failure just as quickly. Sherman's ascent was slow and gradual one. Basically, Sherman was very had a lot of humility. He was a general back like hundreds of years ago during Lincoln's presidency. He traversed on horseback around the United States and led his military groups. He advised Lincoln with top military advisors and spoke freely about strategies and plans. And when Lincoln wanted to give him a superior position, he didn't want it. He wanted less. He would rather be comfortable being number two. Sherman was never a perfect model of restraint and order because he made mistakes on the way. One of his mistakes led to his men being undersupplied and ranting, which caused lives, which he indi- injudiciously spoke about in newspapers. Took him several weeks to come back. While the rest of Lincoln's generals fought amongst themselves for personal power and recognition, Sherman waived his rank, choosing to cheerfully support and reinforce others instead of issuing orders. Then he became and started his audacious plan to the sea. While many were confident and possessed ambition, he earned his opinion about himself through experience. Instead of being driven by ego, he had a strong sense of purpose. His realism allowed him to path through the south and other impossible areas. His entire theory of maneuver warfare rested on deliberately avoiding frontal assault. He was the most famous man in America. Be natural and yourself, and this glittering flattery will be the passing breeze of the sea on a warm summer day. Hmm, I see. Why are there dogs dying in the background? I don't need these background sounds. Then the book covers this iconic statement that I wanted to save and show. To the men of this last type, their own success is a constant surprise, and its fruit the more delicious, yet to be tested cautiously, with the haunting sense of doubt, whether it is not all a dream. In that doubt lies true modesty, not the sham of insincere self deprecation, but the modesty of moderation. In the Greek sense, it is poise, not pose. Yeah, dog background noises. Bro, dog, shut up. This chapter wants to speak about realism versus ambition. With ego, your realism is pretty much dead on the drop. You want more and more. That's ambition. Your belief in yourself, if it's not dependent on achievement, it's dependent on ego. This is a very important line. Let me make it larger. Our cultural values almost try to make us dependent on validation, entitlement, and ruled by our emotions. We build up our self esteem. In reality, these beliefs are nothing but words and make us weak. We take praise as facts. Talent is only the starting point. Will you be able to make most of it, or will you be your own worst enemy? Let me find a picture of him. What are these anime pictures, bro? Relax. Bro was the goat. Even as a goat like profile picture. Let me make this fit better. This was the person the book Fossey spoke about. Detachment is a sort of natural ego antidote. See, self-assured. That is the first step. Talk, talk, talk. Talk, talk, talk. Talk, 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 talk. What are we talking about? Those who know do not speak, those who speak do not know. Lao Tzu, who's this Sun Tzu brother? Mac Williams, who was fighting to be a governor in California, wrote a book on what he would do to eradicate poverty. After writing the book and self-claiming to be the governor of California, he lost his vivid imagination and lost interest on the campaign because it felt like he is already won. He was decimated in the modern election. His talk got ahead of his campaign and the will to bridge the gap collapsed. The talk and hype to replace action. Technology is soliciting you to talk. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all they want you to do is talk, talk without taking any actions. That is undisputedly a part of ego. You're hyping yourself up, but you're not doing anything. Hype. It feels like work, like you're justifying your habits in various ways. But at the end, you're only satisfying yourself, which seem to think silence is a sign of weakness, that being ignored is tantamount of death. And for the ego, that is true. So we talk, talk, as if our life depends on it. Strategic flexibility is not the only benefit of silence. Goal visualization is important, but after a certain point, our mind begins to confuse it with actual progress. Same goes for verbalization. Even talking aloud to ourselves while we work through difficult problems has shown to significantly decrease insight and breakthroughs. Okay, silence. The more difficult the task, the more uncertain the outcome, the more we talk. So we run away from accountability. Talking and performing for an audience is almost like therapy. I just spent 4 hours talking about this. Doesn't that count for something? The answer is no. A voice generation doesn't call itself that. In fact, when you think about it, you realize how little these voices seem to talk. Hmm. Never spread your intentions unless you're going through with it. The first step of controlling it. Hmm. Let me add this picture because it looked cool. I was searching for something philosophical, but I found nothing. It's like metaphorical in a way. First side wants to gossip, the next side wants to talk about your own goals, but essentially, that's talk, not action. Something that can be forgotten within minutes and even hours. And essentially, is all that doesn't achieve anything. Only thing it does is make you feel like you're doing something. To be or to do. Because there's still space, I can add more parts. John Boyd, the most influential strategist. Let's hear about him. John Boyd was a Korean fighter pilot. After his duties and retirement, he came to the Pentagon and worked there. He was known as the 45 seconds hunter because he can defeat any plane in 45 seconds. Even so, you'd barely recognize him because he had no popular history, no books, no movies, no series about him or anything famous. In his lifetime, he was unpopular. Yet he was the one that revolutionized and wrote theories for fighter jets, like F-15 and F-16 jets that reinvented modern military. The primary means of effective change was the collection of pupils he mentored, taught, and inspired. Like many high achievers, the soldier was insecure and impressionable. So John Boyd called him. He wanted to be promoted. He wanted to be do well. He gave him a speech. Tiger, one day you will come to fork in the road, and you're going to have to make a decision about which direction you want to go. If you go that way, you can be somebody. You will have to make compromises, and you will have to turn your back on your friends. But you will be a member of the club, and you will be promoted, and you will get good assignments. Or you can go that way, and you can do something for your country, and for your air force, and for yourself. If you decide you want to do something, you may not get promoted, you may not get good assignments, and certainly will not be favorite of superiors. But you won't have to compromise yourself. You will be true to your friends and to yourself. And your work might make a difference to be somebody or something in life. There is often a roll call, and that's when you have to make that decision. Reality takes control of our youthful idealism, incentives, commitments, recognition, and politics. We fall in love with the image of success, the CEO title, the badges, the stars in your military outfit, the school titling you as the best, the number of assistants you have, the location your parking slots are at, the special paycheck you receive, the fans they have. Appearances are deceiving. Having authority is not the same as being authority. Having the right and being right are not the same. Impressing people is utterly different from being truly impressive. What is your purpose? What are you here to do? That is the important question. Oh, that's how it is then, I suppose. It is not who do I want to be in life, it is what I want to accomplish in life. To be someone or to do something. That's the core philosophy. And being someone is same as talk. Hmm. Okay. That's a very important lesson. Let's keep going down. Down looks cool. The next lesson is be student. Now, what is be the student? It can mean anything. I have no idea what can it mean. Wait, how long have I been reading this for? Let me check. 40-ish minutes, I believe. Yeah. 20 more minutes, then I can take a break. Until then, I gotta lock in. Okay, let me take a read, then I'll write what it's about. Teaching out of a small music shop. There was a guitarist called Hamilton. He was kicked out of his band, went to San Francisco, and wondered what he lacked in a professional life, what he wanted to do. He wanted to make music. But is that it? It was clear Hamilton wasn't lacking talent. He was known for his talent and guitar playing skills. He had a great right hand and knew most of his chords. He just didn't learn how to play in an environment where he learned all the names and how to connect everything together. Each time he improved as a player and an artist by teaching thousands of others how to play similar like him. There's an ego ceiling. One knows that he is not better than the master he apprentices under, not even close. You defer to them, you subsume yourself, you cannot fake or bullshit them. And education can't be hacked. There are no shortcuts beside hacking it every single day. If you do, if you don't, they drop you. The pretense of knowledge is our most dangerous vice because it prevents us from getting any better. Studious self assessment is the antidote. Hmm. The idea that if one does not, if one thinks of himself as the best and thinks of himself not as a teacher but as a student, there can be many differences. If you think of yourself as a student, you see that some others can be better than you. So you're always on the path for growth. But if you see yourself as a teacher who has mastered everything, you lose that drive and look down on the others, the ego ceiling. False ideas about yourself destroy you. We all must become our own teachers, tutors, and critics. That ego ceiling stops you from deluding yourself with lies, false. Assess yourself, get real and continuous feedback about what they know and what they don't know from every single angle. You know, and what you don't know. I know ego is a bad thing. It can cause problems, it can cause relational issues, it can cause health issues, and it can cause anger that makes you want to scream at the dog that is barking for no reason. But what I don't know is ego can be weaponized in your enemies to make them more behaviorally predictable. It acts as a both weapon and acts as a both antidote. It's impossible to learn that which one thinks one already knows. The ego rushes to the end, rationalizes that patience is for losers, and assumes that we are good enough to give our talents to the world. It gives us wicked feedback, disconnected from reality. It tells us we don't need to improve, and then we wonder why we don't get results, why others get better and their success is more lasting. Ego alone challenges this idea of learning that we are the best in ourselves. It's the same idea. If you can't look at yourself in the mirror and call out your own weaknesses, then in truth, you have so many weaknesses that you can't name anymore. I have no idea what I just said. Sounded cool though, but this image reflects it. An egotistical man sees others as inferior, but a man who can see his own reflection and account for his own weaknesses, account that there can be better and more talented people out there than him, will always strive to become better in himself. But a man who reflects on his own wicked ego and blocks himself for learning ruins it. Be passionate. Yay. How to be passionate? Passion is all about passion. We fail because of passion. Why? Roosevelt was above passion. She had purpose. She had direction. She wasn't driven by passion but by reason. The inventor and investors of the Segway believed they had the world changing innovation in their hands and put everything on evangelizing it. All of those talented, smart individuals were fervent believers in what they thought, sought to do without dispute. Okay, I get the gist in the start. Dispassionate, as in not passionate. The difference is inspiration versus reason slash purpose. This is an example of inspiration. Flash of inspiration. I want to be the best and biggest dash ever. Be the youngest, the only one, the firstest, and the mostest. Mm, that's a flash of inspiration. You want to be the best. We get it. Those unsuccessful have been those unsuccessful have been forgotten. That's how life goes. Flash of inspiration is I want to do the best and biggest thing. Purpose of goal is I must do dash. I must be here to accomplish dash, and I must be willing to endure this for the sake of that. The critical work you want to do will require your deliberation and consideration, not passion, not naivety. It would be far better if you were intimidated by what lies ahead, humbled by its magnitude, and determined to see through regardless. Leave passion for amateurs. Make it what you feel you must do, not what you care about to wish to do. Okay, I'm checking comments now. And you're right. It has very good quality and is very organized, unlike my messy chemistry lessons. And plus, it's incredible knowledge. Because when you speak to someone, your ego will affect them. Let's say you're talking with a friend, they share a goal. Now you want to have a goal that's superior to them. Why? You don't want to be inferior. That's the ambition versus realism. Thinking you're better than them. Then you talk, talk, talk. You ruin their mood, you ruin everything because you want to feel the one in spotlight, demoralizing others around you. You want to be that person that gains respect, not to do what is respectful. The core lessons here are simple: realism versus ambition, words versus action, to be versus to do, to teach versus to declare, and to be passionate versus to work towards the goal. The core lesson teaches us the understanding that we are not the center of the world, rather, what we do makes us the center of the world. Mm, And this is very high quality notes, I can't lie. I love psychology. This book is great. I love this theory. Unlike math, I was dying in. Either ways, how long has it been? Let me check time. Yeah, pretty much an hour. Okay. After psychology is a 15-minute rest. Then there is communication and rhetoric. Communication means talking, so I'll be learning about how to speak to others, social skills. Social skills is amazing, don't you agree, bro? Can't be the best without social skills. So I'm gonna take like a quick break and then come back to study social skills. Let me write some dramatic text. And I'll be right back after a quick break. You should take a break too. Hello, as always, I'm back after a profound mental break to our next learning journey. Our, yes, our communication. Now, this will be an interesting topic with my zero viewers. I love zero viewers. What I haven't planned what book to study. Wait, let me make some searches first and download it. All right, I'm back for high difference edits. And now we're gonna be studying the greatest topic of humankind, the one that helped humanity survive, the one that led them into what today we call society is communication, the art of witty banter. The book is called The Art of Witty Banter. Because humor is the friend of everything. Because me myself, if I can't laugh at something, I'll get bored quickly. So I'm learning the art of quick banter, which helps in communication essentially. No idea about this author or anything. Introduction. The author watched a television show by David Letterman, who were known as the top 10 funniest adults. In particular, the author didn't understand the skill as a child, but he wanted to learn it. What is witty banter? Because it is many things at once. It's disarming, it's charming, it's intelligent, and it's quick. It almost sounds impossible. So the author spent his time understanding and practicing, and this book is going to tell us how we can create witty banter. Chapter 1: HPM, SBR, and Meet EDR. What are these strange acronyms? I agree with the author. Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Chapter 1. HMP, SBR, and EDR. Let's see what these are about. There are 6 distinct types of responses you can use for practically any topic. All right, starting with HPM. HPM, what is HPM? I have no idea. HPM stands for History, Philosophy, and Metaphor. Why? Let's see. If someone asks you a statement or a question, you reply with something that evokes history, philosophy, or metaphor. HTM tends to draw on your memories, experiences, and opinions. And opinions, of course, opinions. The one thing that is being weaponized lately. History. How does it history apply? Hmm. Simply, history is the art of relating it to our answers so we don't get quiet. Next. Philosophy, on the other hand, involves personal stances, takes, or opinions on a specific topic. Personal stances, takes, or opinions on a specific topic. Sharing thoughts, basically. Either you share history or you share thoughts. Metaphor, on the other hand, involves what the conversation topic reminds you of. It is the attempt to steer the topic, changing the topic using a metaphor. For example, a friend tells you they went skiing. You can say that reminds me of dash. That just the opposite of snowboarding, isn't it? That makes me think of. Isn't that similar to you basically share a thought that diverges the conversation somewhere else? Each PM is personal and oriented towards ourselves during sharing. Well, that's HPM for you. But now we're gonna study about SBR. Let's make this different color for dramatic effect. Stands for specific, broad, and related. Now, what does that mean? Specific involves taking the targeted question regarding the topic you're talking about. Draws upon the person's experience, not yours. Specific involves asking target questions regarding the topics you're talking about, just getting into more details, basically. Next up, oh, I see. Involves this creates subtopics by asking about other things that was not mentioned. Related. Related refers to asking about something that is either directly or broadly related to the subject of the conversation. It's basically like metaphor. What reminds you of, but this time you related. Imagine a guy says, "Yo, I caught a criminal yesterday." You're like, "Oh my god." "Yo, I also caught a mosquito yesterday." That does not relate, but it steers the conversation away a little. Catching criminal versus catching mosquito. Top 10 feats. EDR is the last part of the 9 frameworks. Let's make EDR green. Emotion, detail, and restatements. It focuses the attention to the speaker. E for emotion. Uh, First emotion means naming the express emotion in the statement of the speaker. It may not be 100% accurate, but it makes them open up more. If it talks about the other person's feeling, states the emotions, asking about their well being, emphasizing on it. Detail. Again, this is focusing on their experiences with it. Who, what, where, when, and why. It focuses on that. Restatements mean summarizing what they said and saying it back to them with a question. I don't know how that helps, but interesting. People like to feel what they like the matter. What better way to show that you're appreciating and listening than to clearly tell them what they were speaking about? It validates them twice. The simple act of summarizing. Think of this like a psychologist prompting a patient for deeper and more personal discoveries. Chain them together and win these 9 techniques. You'll pretty much never run out of things to talk. Interesting. Someone asked, what app do you use? Oh, this. This is called Scratchpad. I made it myself using a AI agent. Basically, it allows me to take notes, upload images, and save them. It's basically a note-taking app for myself I created. And it works profoundly well. It has no lag, it runs without Wi-Fi, no ads, anything. You can also make a similar thing. Just tell an agent to do it for you. Or you can download any public note-taking apps. All right, I think these are actually very important. So let's make a mental. Let's make a mental map instead. Let me get a map. Oh, you slimed me at Windmill Camp? Oh no, that's very sad. How do you do that to me? I was only a bronze kid. I'm gonna get a very sick map. Wait, I'm gonna get a very sick map. This map is so pro, it might just cause cancer. Wait, let me cook. Ever after moon. Mm. All right, I'm getting a very profound image. AI is removing the text. It changed the whole structure. It removed everything, not the text. Bruh. Okay, now we have a very mind-blowing map for a mental picture. Mind-blowing map. Trust me. If you know, you know. All right, we're gonna put HPM, SBR, and EDR as mental framework so we never forget them. So first location. Okay, we're starting here. This is where HPM lives. All right, HPM, you gotta be bigger, bro. You need to eat more. So first step is history. History belongs right here in this landmine. I remember completely where I got sniped in the face. Now, where does philosophy? That is how not how you spell philosophy. Philosophy belongs in this corner called. Philosophy is so sad. I don't want to go to this place anymore. And then we have metaphor. Metaphor is like those snipers camping here. If people watching, if you recognize this place, remember to make a comment. Yes, this takes profound mental intelligence. So from rushing here to here, back to metaphor, we make quick stops. And these quick stops are like a mental framework. Now I spawn in windmill camp. I remember that pillar. I hate this pillar. Snipers can camp there. That's history. Remembers me of the past. Then I go to Fort Henry. Fort Henry is philosophy. You never capture a fort because there can be 50 cheaters there. So that's philosophy. And there's metaphor. There can be a Spitfire sniper in the corner with a tent, ruining your entire life. That is a metaphor. And by detail, history means repeat, talking about your own personal experiences. Philosophy means sharing an opinion or stake or stance, and metaphor means steering the conversation to some other topic. It's like, you want Fort War? No, I'm gonna snipe you. Next, we have SBR. Now, what is SBR? SBRs are the Bronze City top 10 campers. No, no, no. Bronze City top 10 campers. No, SBR starts in the bridge. They work limestone mining. Limestone mining. All right. Specific. They always take the most specific path. That's why they go through the hills first. I don't remember the hills. Wait, no, weren't there bisons here? Mm, okay, let's put it here in the mountain. Take the mountainous route. They always go for the high ground. Specific means asking for extra details about what the person revealed. Afterwards, there's broad. That is small mountain. This is broader mountain. This is bigger mountain. Broad means asking for more additional context. And finally, reaching the store where you sell is all about related. You want to improve your bank balance. That's why it's related. Now I make a path. You go down the bridge after limestone mining. You reach specific. You reach broad. Then you reach home. On the way, you make quick stops. These quick stops are what we call a memory map. Now, where do I put EDR? EDR was a coal camping boy. EDR was mining coal in copper gulch mines. The first step of EDR is emotion. The first step of emotion is the bisons that used to kill me when I rusted with a peacekeeper. Restatements. Restatements is the path the friends we made along the way to reaching tribal forest. And finally, detail. Detail as in nobody cared about this location. So, oh my god, I mined, then I reach bison. Should I go in this corner? Nah, I hate this corner. Let me go to tribal forest. That is the mindset. Let me reduce brush size. That is opacity. I regret my choice. So EDR is emotion, detail, and restatement. Ten zero. You top 10 things that never happen. People be discussing about Wild West, where I'm using Wild West to learn. All right. Let me now try remembering. Windmill camp was HPM. The first mountain, let me try to remember. The first mountain on the way is history. Fort Henry is philosophy because I hate my life. And the big mountain on the right is what is metaphor because that thing can change your life. Next, we have a limestone miner, SBR. SBR, SBR. The first step of limestone mining is reaching that mountain. You want to be specific on finding Bronze City to sell your loot. Then there is broad. Broad means finding a bigger mountain. So you're 100% certain you are going to sell your loot in Bronze City. And then finally reaching bronze city, SBR. R means relation. Your relationship with life becomes better after you sell. Then we have EDR, the universal method. You spawn as a coal kid mining coal. Afterwards, you realize you're not a coal kid. You went to hunt bisons, the emotions, the background music. EDR. Wait, no, is it EDR? It's EDR, yes. What is D? I forgot D. D is detail because I remember that useless location that has so much detail but nobody goes to because there's nothing there. And finally, reaching tribal forest by walking, the truest of emotions. What is tribal? Restatements, yes, because we always go there. And this is a map for chapter one's learning. The mastermind study techniques I'm using. I'm done with this section. I will never forget this. Oh yes, bro. Who are you, Beans TWW? I remember that mind-blowing strategy I made. I was truly the best player when I asked ChatGPT to do it. I have Discord uninstalled right now. I'll be able to check it after 4 days. Yes, bro. We need to wear that outfit. How can we forget the outfit? Without the outfit, we will not get the advantage. That is what we should be proud of. Anyways, let me read the next part. Never speak in absolutes. Okay. Never speak in absolutes. What could this mean? I am OG Requiem. Yo, bro, my bad, original gangster. I love Requiem. And if you're OG Requiem, you all should remember the OG flare strategy we used it against Envy, Fury, and Nexus in a war. I remember. Well, forget Nexus. They started flying around probably against Envy Fury. Yeah, it was like a 9v13. Players were a clutch. We won that war by lag. We won that war by frying their computer. Psychological warfare, computer warfare. Reducing. They usually appear very innocent, for example. Pretty unconscious in question on face, but it is absolute question. It puts people on the spot and usually leads them to answer that they don't know. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, absolutes are words never and always. Do you love Odin, Top G, Big Shack, Comeback, Lovely Cold 35? Lovely Cold 35 is a very real person. Uh, Lovely Cold 45 is my former alt account. Let me use your definition never and always. Using an absolute statement to answer some question makes the conversation and people lead to premature death. Okay. Okay. Nice word. I don't want to fix it. I made that word up. Mhm. What about Big Chicken Lil 103? I've never heard of that username. Okay. I think this example highlights it. It shares more information. It asks less about absolute, so they don't have to debate with themselves. What about Super Legend 9944? I've never heard of this person either. Bro, I'm not that Requiem Pro. My bad, OGs. Y'all are the OGs. I'm just average study nerd. The goal is not to create a debate of judgment. I see. This was an important chapter. Think before you react is the next chapter. Reactions are extremely important in conversation. Oh, I understand. However, overreacting and underreacting causes some anxiety and resentment. Hmm. Okay. All right. What's the primary emotion they wish to hear? This helps them understand the conversation better. The vast majority of emotions people share and want to reciprocate congruent reactions are joy, annoyance, anger, sadness, humor. Joy, annoyance, anger, sadness, humor. Three of them are negative emotions. Joy and humor are positive emotions and reactions. When you react in a way that accurately corresponds to their feelings, it makes them understand and feel comfortable. Bro, why study until you stop breathing? Bro, if I don't study until I stop breathing, how will I ever graduate? It's it's all about the mindset. Why not until you turn 5 more years? I understand your concerns, but I believe studying today is more of an action than studying after 5 more years when I'm 25. I'll be an old man. When you react too quickly or too slowly, it makes them turn down. You don't want to overreact, nor do you want to react too quickly. That's the lesson. Practice, practice active association, not active, free association. Now, not fee, free. All right, what is free? There will be times you get stuck in a conversation. That's the nature of it. So the author is giving us a simplification. Conversation is a series of statements, stories, and questions. After one person contributes one of these elements, the other person responds kind, either on the exact same topic or in some way related to the original topic. That's where free association comes in. The simple free association, you can find a way to quickly and efficiently breathe a new life into the conversation of how deeply struck it may feel. Tango sandwich, eat a lion fish. Oh, I understand it now finally after reading for a while. Related connection. I absolutely love water parks. Let's say you don't, let's say you never been there. Of course, you have no knowledge about it, but you can instead associate. What are water parks? They are parks, but just water. You can think of theme parks. Water means swimming. How did I spell swimming wrong? What's wrong with me? Water parks. Try to come up with five at least. I'm trying the exercise on myself. Theme parks, swimming, exercise, cleanliness. Somehow this comes to my mind. Just come up with the five things your brain quickly assumes. Fish, fish. If you want a humor, you can ask, were were there fish while you swam? Of course, it will make a humor reply. Then you can ask, are you a good swimmer? Is it healthy? It just you don't even know anything about water parks, but you can come up with topics or questions you can ask, which directly makes the person understand that you're hearing them cleanly. What did you say? I understand I'm struggling with my board exams. Oh, board exams, yeah, those are tough times. Board exams, school exams, all are about memory. If you have a good memory, you'll ace them. From Rivelian to the next Einstein. Bro, it's just the mindset. It's all about the mindset. Now let me get another map. The strategies are never speak in absolutes. Think before you react and practice free associations. Let me find a fantasy location. Uh, this is you if you think before you react. The most heavenly location you can be in. Can I add a background to it? I can't. Really, that's sad. This is if you. Let me make a storyline. You climbed all the way back here just to taste the heavenly water, but you you didn't think before you react. So you were slipping away until you slipped. This is when you realized you should have practiced free association. Why? You could have associated slipping with falling off, but then you saw the tree. Never absolutes. You could have absolutely grabbed the tree, but you didn't grab the tree because you're a monkey. So as such, you fell off. You fell off. You should have grabbed the tree, but you were just so much in presence of heavenly rivers that you didn't think before you react. And that's how you make spatial maps. Now I can close my eyes and remember a heavenly water lake. I lay down, I close my eyes. Suddenly, I'm falling off. I see tree. I didn't think before I react, so I started screaming instead of absolutely grabbing the tree. Thinking of your reactions will affect the person and affect yourself. That's the core teaching. And the tree symbolizes your absolute less to latch onto whatever there's possible. If you latch onto the tree, you could have survived, but you ruined your entire mood, so you'd rather fall off. So, in definition, never speaking absolutes means don't use any never or best or always statements. Allow for open discussions. Don't make it interviewing. Create an atmosphere where it's not a debate or judgment. And practicing free association is the teaching that even if you slip off, you should have remembered to associate your slipping with your mistake. All right. Legendary technique of studying. I'm gonna use this technique on everything now, creating subtle stories on the core lessons. The lion thinks before he reacts. I must apply that theory. The lion thinks before he reacts. With your statement, we need to add lion here. Like, let me find picture of lion. The lion thinks before he reacts. Oh my god. The lion thinks before he reacts. It's great. Oof, what is this? Oh, yeah, this is back. Thinks while he reacts. What the hell is this? Gemini, we need to cut you off, even if it's AI. How to cut you off? Yeah, like this. Agree. No, we need to cut you off more. We don't need extra space. Agree. Now we write a quote. The tiger reacts to absolutes. The tiger reacts to absolutes. The tiger reacts to absolutes. The lion doesn't turn around when the small dog barks. It thinks before reacting. The lion doesn't turn around when the small dog barks. It thinks before reacting. It's thinking so much. I can't. The lion thinks before it reacts. I completely agree with your thrill, man. It's the absolute lesson. And then we have the Wild West map. HPM is me. Let me close my eyes. By the way, HPM means history. No, is it HPM? Yes, HPM. What is P? Oh yeah, I remember Fort Henry. Fort Henry is literally philosophy because you once you go there, it's death. You'll hate your life. History is talking about your own history. P is philosophy, talking about what opinions you have after hearing it, and HPM metaphor to steer the conversation away. Next, if you are born in copper clutch mines, no. If you are born in limestone, SBR. SBR means specific, finding a specific mountain so you can scout Bronze City. Specific means asking specifics about the things that the person said, and then we have the broader mountain that leads to the copper clutch, which means broader questions for context, and then we have the general store where you sell, which is relatable to happiness. You can find relatable things and share it with them. And finally, we have EDBR, or what was it? We were born in the copper clutch mines. E for emotions, yes. Emotions in going to the bison field. Then what is the next acronym? Going to that useless area. Useless as in details that should not exist. So asking for reminding them what their emotions are feeling, asking for more details, and then finally going to tribal forests. What is about tribal forests? You go there once, you always have to go there for jungle. So restatements. Summarizing what they said. Okay, yeah, it's drilled into my mind. Then this I will never forget after seeing these images. The tiger reacts to absolutes. The lion doesn't turn around when the small dog barks. It thinks before reacting. It's just peak fiction. Whew. Bruh. Now I'm low-key tired. But I believe the lion has gotten enough rest. Hmm. I do need a rest. The final subject of the day. Before my. Yo, I was wondering after you finished. I didn't finish yet. Wanna do a round of rivals? I don't think I'll have time. I'll finish in like 2 more hours because my next study is biology, which is 2 hours long. Bruh, 2 hours long of biology. It's gonna feel like hell. And when face reveal, once I'm looking like Shah Rukh Khan or probably the most handsome man in the world, then I'll do face reveal. What? Bro, what do you mean, what, bro? 2 hours of biology? Genius. Yes, of course. We can't forget biology. We love biology. So I'm gonna take a break now. How long is my break? It says 10 minutes. You have to be joking, bro. I'm taking 15 minutes break. I don't care. This app is joking if it thinks Decaying Foundation thinks I will survive if I take a 10-minute break. All right, bro. Where is it? My text. Finale for dramatic effect. Now I'm gonna take my restful break. Okay. I am back. Now we're going to be studying biology. But what topic in biology should I study? There's many branches of biology. I have seven options. Let me go over each one and then I'll choose. We have general biology, which is just a clear, well illustrated, covers cells, genetics, evolution, and ecology. Then there is evolutionary biology that goes over evolution of history, fossils, anatomy, useful for narratives. Then there's genetic and molecular biology, such as DNA, genes, inheritance, and biotech. Biotech interests me a lot, honestly. Cell and molecular biology. Cells and molecules, how life works at tiny scales. So it works like on the smallest scale of life, even life still exists. Ecology and environmental biology, ecosystems, interactions, and biodiversity. Mm, Probably about the natural world. Microbiology, such as bacteria, viruses, microbes, often invisible but everywhere, can be useful for contacting with the invisible world. And there's human physiology and biology, body systems, health, neuroscience, crossover. Hmm. Yeah, I'm stuck between biotech and environment. Let me search some additional books. Ecology. Oh, you want ecology? Let me see some books. So biotechnology, it means biological knowledge is applied, especially molecular genetics to solve practical problems such as genetic engineering, developing medicines, which I really want to do, synthetic biology, biofuels, and medical diagnostic and therapies, hand on. It's like action. Lab work, innovation, real world application like fighting diseases or improving food production. I can't lie, my mother always nags me like, my sister's daughter, she becoming doctor. My sister's big son, doctor. You unemployed. I'm like, I'll learn medicine by myself. They sell medicine. They know medicine, but they can't make medicine. They're doctors. But I can make medicine and do operation. Just learned from books and applied on cockroaches. Source, trust me, bro. And then there is environmental biology. This studies on how living things interact with each other and their physical environment. It covers ecosystems, biodiversity, climate change impacts, conservation, population dynamics, pollution effects, sustainability. It helps us understand forests, oceans, food webs, and human activity. Timely and urgency. It can help us understand climate extension and sustainability with focus on natural world solutions. All right, now that I think about it, practical biology or environmental biology? I want to read both environmental and biotechnology. The books are the gene or the sixth extension. Both are engaging narratives and won't feel like textbooks. To prefer structure, the gene, what is this book? Let me search it up. There are 1,000 different options. I won't never be able to find this book. I search gene comes up genetics. All right, research. To achieve my goal to be a doctor that can make medicine on its own, I need knowledge on environment where I can gain materials plus knowledge on biochemistry, biotech. Okay. Now let me find three books that have a gene and intimate history by Siddhartha Mukherjee, released in 2016. Sounds like a golden scheme. It deep dives into genetics and biotech. Let me read the summary. Foundation for creating modern medicine. It also touches on medical application and ethical issues. All right, I'll rate it. Now it's for biochemistry. All right, this book is gonna be complicated. It's a history-driven book, meaning it's more like a narrative-driven. It's gonna be a tough read, but I can do this. Okay, let me type the book name. The Gene, Siddhartha Mukherjee. Indian author, great. Why did you use a macro in TWW? Because I'm just the best player. Why should I work hard to learn quick switching when I can use a macro? Hmm. The wall, the walled garden. Okay, chapter one. Augustus. Bro, why is he back? I'm reading history from this book right now. I don't understand. What I should explain is giving details about the world building. Augustus professed little interest about spiritual life, but he was intellectually curious about the modern life. He wanted to experience what the modern life was. Geology exam was failed by Men Burno. He asked to describe and classify animals. He scribed down incomplete and absurd systems of taxonomy, omitting categories and inventing others. Sound and light behaved according and universally to the law, natural laws. The question of likeliness had preoccupied scientists and philosophers for centuries. Pythagoras, the Greek scholar, half scientist, half mystic, who lived in Croatian, proposed that one of the earliest and most widely accepted theories to explain the similarity between parents and their children, the heredity information. That the information was carried in males, reproductive orgasms. What are these terms? I cannot write these in notes. Are you Albert Einstein? No, I'm his grandson. You won't believe it. My last name is actually Einstein. I'm his grandson, trust me. Bro, what book did I choose? Is so much history. How 600 pages of history will kill me physically. My God, this is so much jargon history. Okay, I'm replacing the book. I don't want to read this. I'm not ready for such books yet. Biotechnology for beginners. Okay, let me read this book instead. By Reinhard Reinberg. Okay, 2007. All right, bro. It's the race. Siddhartha Mukherjee, the Indian psychologist. Kaiser, dude, I'm the only one watching right now. Bro, you're my only viewer. Without you, I would be streaming to zero people, so you're the GOAT. I was reading this book, but it's very much narrative and story driven. My comprehension for that will not be good. And as much as I love history, I'm not ready for such books yet, not capable yet. So I'm gonna read this book another time. I'm gonna replace the book with this. The Body Guide for Occupants, Bill Bryson. It's a race against my brain collapse and enrollment. What will happen first? I get enrolled or will I die? How to build a human. Okay, sounds like a fun chapter. So this goes over everything about the human body. Literally everything about the human body. Okay, this sounds like actually good. 59 elements are needed to construct human beings. Six of these are carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, calcium, and phosphorus. Account for 99.1% of what makes us. Who knew would be incomplete without molybdenum inside of us, or vanadium, or manganese, tin, and copper? Our requirements for some of these must be set surprisingly modest. We just need, for instance, just 20 atoms of cobalt and 30 of chromium for 99.9% trillion atoms of everything else. The biggest component in any human, filling 61% available space, is oxygen. Okay, what the hell are you speaking? It's the book, man. The book is giving me some life-changing information. You're 10. We are 10th. Oh, look. We are mostly, we are mostly carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, calcium, and phosphorus, which accounts for 99.1% of what makes us human beings. These are just chemicals. If you want to build a human being, you need these. You need about 30 pounds of carbon. That will cost you $69,000. Out of the 59 elements with us, 59 chemical elements are needed for the human body. Hold up. How much is that in rupees? Hold up. Dude, your loyal fans don't know, don't see your post or something. Probably after I made the video on the main channel, most of the guys came. So if I have to make a video on the rivals channel, yeah, you need a lot of money for just carbon. A human body, wait, what if we kidnap a human and then sell all of its carbon for $69,000? Would be so rich. What are these mindsets? We know that selenium makes two vital enzyme deficiency in which we've been linked to hypertension, arthritis, anemia, and some cancers, even possibly reduce counts. So clearly it is a good idea to get some selenium inside of you. It's found in nuts, whole bread, and white fish. If you take too much, you can poison your liver. Oh, so it comes with consequences. The full cost of building a human being using the obligated radiated method is $151,000. Of course, with tax, it would be much higher. This is unquestionably the most astounding thing about us. We are made out of components found in the dirt. The only thing special about the elements that make you is what they make you. That is a miracle of life. We pass our existence within this warm wobble of flesh, and yet it takes almost entirely granted. How many days are supposed do you blink? 500? 1,000? You have no idea. You blink 14,000 times a day. Who counted that, bro? In a second or so since you started this sentence, your body has made 1 million red blood cells. They're already speeding around you, coursing through your veins, keeping you alive. Each of those red blood cells will rattle around you about 150 to 100 times more, delivering oxygen to the cells. Altogether, it takes 7 billion 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 or 7 octillion atoms to make you. Oh, wow. 7 octillion atoms. I have one monitor right now. My second monitor is plugged to my Mac, which is shut off. I'm reading from this PC actually. Just streaming my Scratchpad. The basic unit of life is the cell. That's how many atoms, bro. Yeah, 7 octillion atoms make a human body. The heart of the cell is the nucleus. It contains the cell's DNA. DNA can fit into a cell because it's exquisitely thin. You would need 20 billion strands of DNA laid side by side to make a width of the finest human hair. It's so thin, bro. What are these comparisons? This author knows how to make comparisons. He knows everything. DNA exists for just one purpose, to create more DNA. DNA molecule. Let me find a picture. Bro, why is it so hard to see? Bro, I wasn't taught this because I was in economy class. I didn't yet to learn biology at school. This is new to me. We all have our differences. My school didn't teach me, yours did. We were divided, and that's what caused me to miss knowledge. But now I'm gaining knowledge. All of the components of the genome has one single-minded purpose to keep the line of your existence going. What genes specifically do is provide instructions for building proteins. Hmm. Building proteins. Most of the useful things in the body are proteins. They speed up chemical reactions known as enzymes. They convey chemical messages and are known as hormones. Still others attack pathogens are called antibodies. The largest of all protein is called titin, which helps to control muscle elasticity. Its chemical name is 189,819 characters long, which would make it the longest word in the English language, except that dictionaries don't recognize chemical names. The paradox of genetics is that we are all are very different, yet genetically paradox practically identical. Humans share 99.9% of their DNA, yet no humans are alike. Dark DNA. What is dark DNA? We don't know, or we don't know what is there. Some is involved in regulating the genes, but most of it is remains to be determined. The body is often likened to a machine, but it is much more than that. It works 24 hours a day for decades without most of the parts needing regular servicing. How do we celebrate our existence? By eating a lot or exercising little. Suicide by lifestyle takes ages. Even when you do nearly everything wrong, your body maintains and preserves you. That's a good fact. Seems like your body is built for survival. Its only goal is survival. 5 out of 6 smokers won't get lung cancer. Our bodies are a universe of 37.2 trillion cells operating in more or less perfect concert, more or less all the time. We are not perfect by any means, goodness knows. Nearly all animals produce their own vitamin C, but we can't. We undertake every part of the process, except in inexplicably the last step, the production of a single enzyme. Your genes come from ancestors who most of the time weren't even humans. Some of them were fish. What? Lots were tiny and furry. Lived in burrows. What? Furries? These are the people you inherited your body from. Product of 3 billion years of evolution tweaks. Bro, I'm not part of furry. My ancestors were sheeps, according to author. Dark DNA typically refers to one of the two concepts in genetics, the dark genome, the 98% human DNA that does not code for proteins. What the actually? Yeah, bro, I'm not joking. This is what the author wrote. Yeah, he's kind of right. Ancestrally, they weren't even humans. They were just like creatures. As such, we might just be furries, man. The skin and hair. Okay, now I'm gonna lock in the skin and hair. Bro, imagine the reproductive process. Bro, we should not imagine fish and furry reproduction. We should not imagine that. Let's leave it for the future biologists. We should lock in on skin and hair. Beauty is only skin deep, but ugly goes clean to the bone. Dorothy Parker. Our skin is the largest organ. Really? It repairs itself when abused, and it accounts for such beauty we can muster. It looks after us. So what does it do? It cushions. I spelled cushion wrong. Blows by becoming softer. It keeps our insides inside. Gives a sense of touch. Warmth, pain, pleasure. Produces melanin to protect us from sun rays. Heals itself after we abuse it. What I don't know what it means by abuse. What do you mean we? I'm studying my own shit. Cushions, wow, good facts. Keeps our insides inside. I know. Mind-blowing facts. Life-changing facts. The former name, the formal cutaneous system. Man, I wish you have a very profound cutaneous system. It should be beautiful and profound. Thinnest in the eyelids, thickest in the heels of hand or feet. How is thinnest spelled wrong? It's double N. Oh yeah. Bro, you said that. Hey, bro. The word you said in Hindi is actually abuse word. Cutaneous. I don't. How is that a abuse word? It's formal name of skin in English. I think so. I don't know Hindi's abuse words. My bad. So we have an inner layer and outer layer. I think I spelled dermis wrong. Epidermis. Yeah, epidermis. I spelled outer wrong. I think I'm losing it. The outermost surface of an epidermis is called the stratum corneum. It's made out of dead cells. All right. Enough facts. Now we art because I'm artist. Mostly dead cells. Hey, you gained 2 viewers. What's good, 2 viewers? Bro, take a break. 11 hours. Bro, 12 hours only. After that, I can sleep. After 12 hours, I can sleep finally. Bro, nobody told you to become a parallelogram. Bro, nobody told you to delete that. Okay, mostly dead cells and strategy corneas. Let me make this red. It did not make it red. Artist in what sense? In imaginary sense. It's like calling myself artist. It's a metaphoric way actually. People believe white skin is beautiful, some believe other skin is beautiful, but at the end of the day, it's all dead cells. Where the body meets air, it dies. The outer cells are replaced every month. We shed skin copiously, almost carelessly. Some 25,000 flakes a minute over a million pieces every hour. Run a finger along a dusty shelf, and you are in large part clearing a path through fragments of your former self. Silent and remorselessly, we turn to dust. What are these facts I'm learning? Literally replace constantly. Skin flakes are properly called squame, meaning scales. We each trail behind such us about a pound of dust every year. Skin and hair is largely made of the same thing, keratin. Now we add epidermis. Fertile dermis, where resides all the skin's active systems: blood, lymph vessels, nerve fibers, roots of hair follicles, and glandular reservoirs of sweat and sebum. Wow. Hmm. Seems like it's not dead skin, rather, it's alive. Very much alive. How will I memorize all these facts, bro? Lol, for real. Bro, I'll purposefully hold my breath. Then I'll act like I died from breathing. Sounds fun, right? Wait, how many hours left? Oh wow, 40 more minutes. 40 more minutes of this torture. Life changing. Beneath that layer is a subcutaneous layer where fat is stored. Beneath this is fat storage. It stores energy, provides insulation, and attaches the skin to body beneath. You have around 2 to 5 million hair follicles and perhaps twice that number of sweat glands. Mm, the sprout hairs and create sebum, which mixes with sweat to form an oily layer on the surface, helping the skin supple and make it inhospitable for many foreign orgasms. Sometimes the pores become blocked with the little plugs of dead skin, and dried sebum is what is known as the blackhead. I think I'm starting to hallucinate by reading so much. If the follicle additionally becomes infected and inflamed, the result is adolescence dread known as pimple. My god, so many facts. Why did it close that? Hmm. Two duties. What are these two duties these guys have? The follicles. Check your face in the mirror. Are there eye bags? I have no idea. I'll check it in a bit. They sprout hairs and create sebum. Hmm. Oh, woo. Dead skin and dried sebum equals to blackheads. Wait, not acne, pimples. That's what it causes. You need some music, bro. You are right. Let me mute and listen to some music. I'll be back in 1 minute. Bro, I'm not hearing Italian brain rot. Some casual music, okay. Because pimple plague young people because their sebaceous glands are highly active. When the condition becomes chronic, the result is acne, a word of a very uncertain deprivation. Sebaceous glands. Why is the text so low quality suddenly? Chronic states equals to acne. Let me finish this page, then I'll make some memory plans. Also, packed into the dermis are a variety of receptors. If a breeze plays lightly on your cheek, it is your Messiner's corpulus that lets you know. When you put your hand on a hot plate, your Ruffine corpulus lets a cry out. Merkel cells respond to constant pressure, Passician corpulus to vibration. What are these names? I've never heard of them in my life. How am I supposed to know these? Bro, like, what are these? I thought biotech will be fun. Biotech in question. I have to learn about the human body so I can make medicine. Dermis, where are the dermis? Miscellaneous corpulus muscles, receptors. Light touch. Messiner's corpulus are the detectors of light touch. Now we need a white. Yes. The Missioner's Corpulus. Why is it aligned to this arrow? What is this magic? I just realized this magic. This is mind blowing magic. I don't need to draw arrows like that anymore. Then you chasing to become a doctor? Eh? No, bro. I'm chasing so that I can understand the human body enough in such a profound way that I alone can make medicine. In the future, AI will be the doctors of the future because they will discover all the biology. So I'll have to be a magician that can rival them. Probably not rival, but at least use them. Calm down, cupcake. It's called dark humor. Bro, calm down, cupcake. It's called dark humor. This is how bro feels after saying your skin is white, but it's dead. Your skin is white, but it's dead. Calm down, cupcake. It's called dark humor. The hell? Hmm. What the hell are these? Sleep well, white boy. What the hell? What these are memes. Bro, just adding memes so he can revive and have dopamine hits. Bro, adding memes is what makes it fun because you can remember and associate the meme with the biology. Calm down, cupcake, because I know your skin is soft because it blows my punches away. It keeps your insides protected for me. It gives us a sense of touch, warmth, and pain and pleasure. I can imagine the wolf saying this. And it produces melanin to protect you from the sun rays, from the dark alpha aura, and it also heals you after the dark alpha bites. What is this comedy? I'm having heart pain suddenly from reading this. Your skin is cutaneous. The dark wolf. Okay, I'm gonna center biology around this dark wolf character now. I understand my humor and how I'm going to make this funny and understandable. The hell? I'm sorry, society made me this way, bro. The hell? What the hell? What the I'm gonna just show you for what Pinterest is recommending me for a second. You can see it and realize what I have to witness. Yeah, don't speak to the alpha like that. What the hell? No more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. Nice Guy. All right, no more Mr. Nice Guy. We put you in the middle. Okay, so this guy will give me information about these things. He's flirting with his alpha female girl, that her eyelids are the thinnest, but her heels and hands or feet are the thickest. How did you know? We don't know. And that her skin on the upper layer contains dermis, and the outer layer is epidermis. Whew. Wait a second. Oh, I think I made a mistake. I made a big mistake. Because the epidermis are the ones. What? The epidermis are the ones for that. The dermis are the ones for this. The epidermis is also the one responsible for dead cells. The dermis are responsible for what's beneath the epidermis. It is not in the outer layer. Yes, outer layer means in outside, inner layer means inside. Okay, my bad. No more Mr. Nice Guy. So this dark alpha teaches me this. When the dermis, the blood, lymph vessels, nerve fibers, hair roots, sweat, sebum, beneath this is fat storage. The folliculic have two duties: sprout hair, create sebum mixing with sweat to oil up the face and protect against deadly organisms. Don't say why me. Say try me. Oh, oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? Don't say why me. Say try me. This guy, you won't believe it. Underneath his skin, there is blood, lymph vessels, nerve fibers, hair roots, and sweat and sebum. And you know, his hair follicles have two duties: make more hair so he's more alpha, and create sebum, mix it with sweat to oil up the face, protecting against deadly disease. That's why he can say, try me, not why me. And this guy is not a nice guy because he tells everyone his skin is dead because he's so cold. He has dead skin cells in the straight up corneum, literally replaced constantly, and the keratin makes his skin and hair. But he doesn't know he has blackheads, which are dead skins and dried sebum. He has follicles are infected and inflammable, which are pimples, and his sebaceous glands are active for growing kids because he is a kid, but he's not a no more nice guy because he's in chronic states of acne. As for the epidermidis Y and Trime, he has Menacier's Scorpulus, the detector of light touch, because he's such a sigma. What did bro do? Bro exchanged the facts. I got the facts wrong. Bro, what does Asrian feel at this point by being beside you? Bro, join a comedy show. Bro, comedy makes everything more fun. Biology was so boring earlier, I was hallucinating. Now it's so fun. Dark Alpha Sigma. I'm gonna mix biology with Sigma memes so I can laugh and remember. This wolf telling his girl all these facts. This no more nice guy has dark acne. This alpha knows he has more hair than others because of his sebum. And he also has blood, lymph vessels, nerve fibers because he can punch, hair roots, and sweat too. Whew. I feel exhausted after teaching myself so many concepts. Bro, change generations. Bro, what do you mean? These are for learning purposes only. Chapter 1, I learned nothing. Chapter 2, I learned so much. I don't want to read another page, so. Bro, make a book. I will read it and burn it because of your brain rot. Bro, how is it brain rot? I'm making jokes. Jokes will help me remember more. Now, whenever I remember skin, I remember a dark alpha saying, calm down, cupcake. It's called dark humor. Then he gives a, what is it called, list of all the skins he can see on her face. Next, I see a guy saying, try me. And he has many blood and has a lot of hair. His outer epidermis, no, his dermis layer. He goes over the dermis layer because he's true Sigma. Whereas Mr. No More Nice Guy has dead skin cells. Whew. Face reveal when? Face reveal. Let me find my face from Pinterest real quick. What the hell? This wait, bro, wait. This is you. Like the up part is you studying biology with me. That this is you after hearing my humor. Dark Alpha Wolf. Okay, after this part, I will remember these cell like things by this. Why is he still talking? Like nobody cares about Minsner's corpus case. I will remember it by remembering why is he talking for future me. Yes, bro. Ronaldo, sad that he lost. I wanted to see Argentina matchup. Reality bro. Too much breathing. Let me add this meme for future me. Yo, since when did they add X as Twitter? I put this here for future notes. Ooh, biology is so fun. I love biology suddenly. I haven't found myself here. Let me continue searching. Yeah, this is pretty much me during physics. Oh my god, this is so true. A DNA, RNA, protein. Whoa. What the hell? Bro, I'm trying, I swear. Bro, bro, we're all trying. Indian meme from where I am. Bro, Indian memes, just Pinterest. Hmm. No one likes me because I'm 4.8% fat and 19.76 muscles, rest is bones. Oh, I see, bro. I'm pretty much the same. I'm very skinny with more muscles than fat. What should I do for 10 minutes? I don't want to study biology anymore. Life has made my purpose in life detrimental. Let me go back and reflect on some things. So, what did I study in mathematics today? Oh, yes, mathematics. How I thought I would feel in the morning. Me in reality. We we did it. Who is this? Me? We solved these questions. Yes, we solved these questions. Uh, I'm legit in page 8 still. Rules for multiplication. Oh, yeah, these are gonna get tougher and tougher. Then chemistry. Helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum. Okay. I have the spare time, so let me continue this. It selects both. I can't. Let me start from the top. After aluminum, silicon. So silicon starts here. Silicon is Si 14. Rivals map. Bro, rivals maps are crazy. Hi, hello. Rivals maps are crazy, bro. I agree with you, but we can use rivals match maps to study chemistry. Like, isn't that genius? That's so genius. Now this path here is total death. After silicon is phosphorus. I know about phosphorus. It's very deadly. No, it's not deadly. P15. If after phosphorus is sulfur, which is S. So we spawn here. Instead of sighting up, we use fish to run down the alley. Then we have chlorine. And we scythe to the edge. Yes. The chlorine, what? Well, how am I in 17 suddenly? Oh, I made a typo. To make this wide so I can see it clearly. After chlorine, we have argon. AR? Assault rifle? Oh, assault rifle? How did bro come here? Okay, 18. After 18, there's 19, which is potassium. I don't know how to spell potassium. I might be potassium. I know how to spell potassium now. Isn't potassium K? No, calcium is K. Potassium. Okay, potassium is K. Calcium is Ca. After potassium is calcium. And finally, scandium at 21. I think I spelled it wrong. Scandium. Not neum. Scandium. SC21. My favorite weapon, potassium. My favorite weapon, sniper. Oh, wow. We all love sniper. Let me find sniper for you, bro. Or we can just add sniper. What is the next thing? Titanium. Okay, we should add titanium. Only the best players go to the watch the screen. So it's titanium. Now I copy this and I put it right next to this masterpiece. I should crop this a bit first though. At least for the useless parts so I can scale it larger. Now it's perfect. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium, calcium, scandium, titanium. Titanium to your picture and helium to Azrian? What? Bro, this was funny. Look, my base, hydrogen. You throw grenade, it explodes entire area. Enemy team, aluminum. Anything can happen there. My base, sulfur. You throw little water, it explodes. Enemy team, calcium. It's literally alkaline. It will absorb. Then we have snipers in the crane with titanium. It reminds me of a joke. Uh, Let me find it. Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. Crying cat versus a hydrogen bomb. Way to learn chemistry. Learning chemistry periodic table by rivals. Seems like I didn't waste my lifetime learning rivals after all. These maps are in my brain, and with my brain, I can recall them. Tomorrow, I'll memorize this roulette.